Welcome to Third Party Con, a celebration of the Paizoverse. Third Party Con is sponsored in part by World Anvil. Don't just settle for keeping your amazing games scattered across an endless sea of notes and tools. World Anvil is the one tool to rule them all. Whether you're a game master, writer, or world builder, World Anvil is the ultimate companion to finally bring your world to life in one centralized location. Create characters, organize adventures, and build your campaign setting like a professional developer. Give World Anvil a try today using the code TPK2023 at checkout for 40% off any yearly subscription. Your world is waiting to be built with World Anvil. Third Party Con is sponsored in part by Pathfinder Infinite, part of the DriveThru RPG network. Whether it's adventures, settings, monsters, classes, or anything else that builds on the core game, Pathfinder Infinite allows talented creators like you to share your content and make money while you're at it. You can use the Pathfinder Lost Omens campaign setting and more as a launch pad for your own creations. Get recognized by the community, and you might even earn an invitation into the Infinite Masters Elite Creator Program. For more information, visit roll20.io/TPK. That's roll20.io/TPK.
Whoa! What's all this? I was thinking I could play as an Eldermon trainer. It's one of the new classes from Roll for Combat's Battlezoo Eldermon book for Pathfinder and 5e. What the heck is an Eldermon? They're ancient elemental creatures. Like this cutie. This is Squirrel Ash, a fire Eldermon. There are over 160 different kinds. No way. I've already got the adventure and all the encounters prepped. I'm not changing all that to add these things in. You don't have to. The book has an easy random generation system, plus guidelines for how to integrate them into any setting, whether you want to tie them into the story or be completely hands-off. Okay, but doing all that just for your class is ridiculous. What about the rest of the party? They can befriend Eldermon too, and even duel each other for fun, but only the Eldermon trainer and elemental avatar classes can use Eldermon powers in combat. Yeah, no, I'm not running PvP Eldermon battles on top of regular combat. Oh, no, we can duel without you. You can take a break, get some food, kick back. You said it's on Kickstarter? Hang on, I'm pledging right now.
Third Party Con is sponsored in part by Legendary Games. Legendary Games brings you beautiful bestiaries, killer classes, and character options, marvelous magic items, amazing adventures, kingdoms, and mass combat, epic campaigns, and so much more. Whether you love Pathfinder 1st or 2nd edition, Starfinder, or D&D 5e, LG's books will make your game legendary.
Hello. This is James Beck from Eldritch Osiris Games. Eldritch Osiris Games is built on the foundation of giving voice to creative authors who don't normally have a roadmap into the publishing industry. We push for as a diverse set of voices in the company as we can, regardless of a person's identity. Part of the foundation is equality, with every person in the staff having an equal say on all important decisions the company makes. Being one of the first TTRPG co-ops, we are here to set an example that a workers' equality is not only possible, but instead become the industry standard. Basically, we're a group of nerdy friends who want to publish work for people to enjoy.
First up, the mods at our Pathfinder 2e discuss with Paizo's John Morgantini the past and future of the Paizoverse. Welcome, one and all, to Third Party Con. My name is Pete, host of Rise of the Rule Lords and one of the mods on our Pathfinder 2e. I am so excited to welcome you to this first ever celebration of the Paizoverse. I am not alone, though. I am also joined by Tony Saunders, who is one of the other mods, and I'll let you talk about your accolades. And then John Morgantini, community and social media specialist at Paizo. So, both of you, tell us a little bit more about yourself and your own personal role in Pathfinder and all of that goodness. Let's start with you, Tony.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'll let John close it up. So I am a moderator for the subreddit. I help moderate the Pathfinder Infinite Possibilities Discord, which is kind of a little creators corner place. And then I am half of Team Plus. We do a lot of Pathfinder Infinite titles, mainly the Classes Plus and the Omens Plus line. And then I've got a few writing accolades with Legendary Games prior to that as well. So I've been around, just hanging out in the community, having a good time.
Definitely a third-party creator.
Yep, 3PP all day.
But we wouldn't be able to do this without Paizo and the games that they give us. So, John, tell us a little bit about your new role at Paizo and where you've been.
Sure. So my career is not games related at all. Paizo is actually my first games job. 20 years, retired military, did a bunch of other stuff. I started at Paizo actually almost exactly a year ago. Next month will be my 1-year anniversary of being
congratulations.
Of having been hired.
Yeah.
I started out in customer service, just answering tickets and helping people deal with their regular issues, and then they decided. Leadership at Paizo decided that they needed someone to focus more on the role of social media and community, kind of with the internal restructuring of wanting to just gather everybody into like-minded groups, kind of gather the infinite and the third-party creators alongside the players and everybody else. And I applied for the job, and then I got it, and here we are. I mean, I've only been in the job a couple of months, so it's been a lot of fun. I only have 1 credit as of now, but you will see my name in Rage of Elements when it comes out in August.
Nice.
I got to play around with the kineticist and some of the new planes and some of that stuff. So I'm real excited for that book to come out because it was a lot of fun.
Very cool.
We're also very excited to come out for it to come out.
Definitely.
So, John, you are going to be, for many intents and purposes, the face of Paizo for many creators. Is that right?
Yes, the intention is as community manager, part of what that is being the recognizable face, being the point of contact. So if someone has questions, whether it's questions about like, hey, how do you think Eridan died, to I want to produce third-party content, how does one go about that?
Both me and Tony's eyebrows raised.
I was like, is there an official answer to that question?
No,
I got to smell it.
I'm definitely not saying anything in regards to that. I know nothing. But so basically, yeah, I just want to be the easy point of contact, and I'm the one, if anyone ever emails community@paizo.com, I'm the one that sits on the other end of that email box, and I can get, if I don't know the answer, which is, sometimes third-party creators, you want to know how this rule works with something else or whatever. I might not know the nitty-gritty, but I have access to the people who do, and by going through me, that allows everyone else's workflow to maintain or stay stable, and so we all get the stuff done because we're all a little busy for whatever reason right now. And so it's helpful to maintain those traffic lanes of communication with everybody. Plus, it's just fun. Like I, as a community manager, it's a lot of fun to just be the guy that's like, "Hey, I'm gonna say spicy things on Twitter, and you're gonna like it, and that's my job, and I get paid for
it." There is a definite noticeable change in tone for the official Paizo Twitter, which I have been very much enjoying. But John, we're so grateful that you are both here with us today and going to be taking a larger role in the community. And that's what me and Tony have the most experience with. Well, maybe not the most, but that is our role here today, is talking about the Pathfinder 2E community that has grown around all Paizo products, whether it's first edition, Starfinder, and especially for us, Pathfinder 2nd edition with the 2E subreddit. We are part of the mod team, probably some of the most active or forward-facing with my podcast and inflated role on Twitter, as well as Tony's takes a very proactive role in the actual moderation of the 2e subreddit, I try to make it pretty with the graphics and banner and all of that stuff. But we're going to talk a little bit about the success of the subreddit and how it's grown in just the last year of 2022. I think both of us came on, Tony, in 2021. Was that right?
No, it was definitely. I want to say it was before the pandemic actually happened. I'm pretty sure, but I could be
Okay.
wrong. I really get it. The last like 3 years, it's kind of I don't even I'm not exactly sure where a lot of things happened.
Right.
I had a daughter sometime in there too. Like yeah, so but I think it's 2 or 3 years ago, somewhere in that range.
Yeah. But we came on together. It was a very small team managing the subreddit at that time. We don't have numbers going quite that far back, but we have kept numbers since at least May of 2021 to be able to see the subreddit's growth. And Tony's been on this journey the same way that I have, and has been a huge part in making it what it is today. But we don't do it alone. We also had a couple of other mods join us at the same time. The gentleman DM was one of them that got brought on. Edawir got brought on a little bit after that. And then we had more people join up recently in our tenure as people who've been in a while. Forgot to mention a couple other. Ustin has been with us for quite a while. Poral is one of the original OG gang of
one of the ones we started with, right?
Yep.
And then there's Ink. Ink's always been the the
Discord
the
guy
one that,
mostly.
yeah, that he does. I mean, he does moderate some, but he does for the most part. He does most of our Discord.
Yes, on the subreddit, you might know him as Luck Panda, who is definitely a real human boy. So yeah, we have had a lot of great people on our team, but because of the growth of the subreddit, the growth of Pathfinder 2nd Edition, we have grown. And twice in the last year, we have had open calls for moderators. We used a blind grading system to help prioritize equity. We based people just on the content of the answers that they gave us, and I think came out with probably the best team that we could have hoped for. We added Rico the Bold, Unikatsi, I'm a Paper Ninja, who is public facing enough that you probably know her as Helen Savor, as well as Princess Pfeiffer, and two others who I'm not sure.
Trade Baron and Anna Rose joined us fairly recently. They're kind of pitching in from the Discord team. They're primarily facing there, but
the monitors.
Yeah, Princess Pilfer. She just came on fairly recently with Helen and Rico and Unicats. So they're a great bunch. I mean, they're like passionate, and it's not to say that I think our community doesn't need a lot of moderation. But our community is always on now. There's no real lull hours. Like we're so busy because people are all over the world playing Pathfinder. You can see the spikes when people are getting up in different regions of the world. It's really cool when we look at those statistics and start to see like, all right, this is when Europe got up. This is when
Australia gets up.
Yeah, Australia very got big up right here. Yeah, very
half
big.
of our mods are in Australia. We will never meet them in person, probably.
Never say never. I'd love to head out to the Gold Coast at least once. My sister lives there right now, but
that would be great.
it's since we have people everywhere and everybody's trying to bring new events to it. Like gentleman did Buildmaster the first year and is now doing Brewmaster this year, which I think is going to be really fun. I know Gentleman's working really hard with the people that submitted submissions for that over the last year to kind of make that Brewmaster compendium of 2022.
Yep.
So and Buildmaster was a lot of fun too. So I think everybody kind of picks things. Houston is also trying to build up like the wiki situation right now with the Magister competition. So everybody has their role that they bring, and I think that's really great.
Exactly. We are a very teamworky team.
Very.
We know our strengths, we know our weaknesses. People are always there to pick up where someone else might not be able to leave off. So I am very thankful for our team and the community that it has helped foster. In fact, there are some numbers that I want to go over about how much our sub has increased. At the start of 2022, we began with 37,000 subs. In Reddit terms, that is tiny, a very very small subreddit. With a YouTuber, that would probably be pretty incredible for a while. But at the end of 2022, we hit 55,000 subscribers, and that was a big moment for us personally. I know we were all watching the clock as it got to the 50K mark, and then it was not
September.
soon after that. Yeah, that was in September.
We had September, and so you can see the growth between September and the end of the year was about 5K, right? Which at the time we were like, that's great growth. Like we're having, like that's 10% growth in like 4 months ish. So like I think we were comfortable seeing an increase in the game, and we were going into winter events and TPK was being set up, and so we were feeling good, and then
we'll talk about that a little bit later. But we have also seen a growth in the number of uniques, and in internet tech speak, that is the amount of brand new people laying their virgin eyes on the first time on our subreddit. It began at actually I forget where it began, but on average we get about 155,000 a month, and throughout 2022 that equals to 1.8 million people looking at the subreddit, looking at Pathfinder 2nd edition, and whether they're commenters or just lurkers, people are coming to this game on a very natural scalable level, which was also really really cool to see. And then the final big statistic is that the average amount of page views that we get is 3.7 a month. So these are people who are coming back looking
3.7 million.
3.7 million. Sorry.
Million
people a month.
3.7, not as impressive.
No.
Some 0.7 of a person showing up. I mean.
Yeah. Good catch. So these are people coming back for questions, to see like our memes, to do discussions. People post videos, content creators post their podcasts, their art. So we have really become a big community space, and over 2022 that's resulted in 45 million people visiting the page, or 45 million page views. So that's not to say 45 million people, but people keep coming back for it, and I think a lot of that, John especially, has to do with the quality of Pathfinder 2nd edition and people
Absolutely
getting into it and really loving the game. So we don't do anything to bring people. Well, we do now.
We do some
to bring
stuff,
people in,
but I think watching Paizo just grow over like the last two. I mean, like you had to launch 2nd edition, which is that's already an accomplishment. And I think not only did it land, I think it landed very gracefully. Like I've never been more excited to play a game than Pathfinder Second Edition. I love that I can introduce people that have never played tabletop role playing games before, and they can sit down and play a game with me. So it's such a change from like, even whether you go back to third or old D&D, but first edition definitely,
Yep.
that change alone. So being able to say that, see Paizo go from, we landed this brand new edition, to just where you are now, especially with the expansions to the Lost Omens team, like the narrative team, and expansions internally to the organization, your role coming in, like the shakeups for how you present even errata to the community. It's great to have a community that has such a great, I guess, thing to base itself around, right? And Paizo is
Yeah.
just killing it.
Yeah, you guys are
It's
doing
been a lot
great.
of fun.
And I especially have loved how Paizo employees have been making a big appearance in it. Not just like, a generic Paizo account coming and using this as free marketing space, but people come and they regularly participate in the forums, the AMAs. I know well, Mark Seifter used to do it a lot. Now he's with Battlezoo.
He still
I
does,
know.
but he used to
Yeah.
too.
Yes, he used to do. Jason Bullman comes in there sometimes. Eric
He
Mona
does.
will leave the occasional comment.
Luis, Mike Sayer. I've
Yep.
seen. I've had to verify a couple of new ones lately too. So it's cool to see. It's nice to see the Paizo feels good about coming to the community.
Yeah.
To be able to interact with people there and to not feel, because they don't, they're not obligated at all. Like in the format of the forums, I feel like sometimes, when you're on Paizo.com like all day, as part of maybe your job, you might read a thread or two and feel like you need to get involved, right? But on Reddit, I mean, like you're kind of have to make the decision to go there and interact sometimes. And I think that them feeling like they can is,
Yeah.
that's a victory right there to me.
Yeah. It's
We're a big fan of the fans of our game, and none of us, I think, are very shy about saying that. So, people will bring comments in. We call it Goblins Chat. It's the in-work chat, and it's so many memes and so many puns and so many bad jokes and just so many all kinds of things. And it's the general vibe we get from everybody else. We enjoy what we do, and it's really good for us to see that others also enjoy what we do. So it creates that feedback loop of, I'm excited to go to work today because I'm gonna invent something super crazy, and there's somebody out there who's really gonna love this, and that's awesome.
Yep.
Very
So
true.
it has been so great to see Paizo take a personal stake in interacting with the community, and I love that. One of our first big interactions with Paizo on a semi-official level of coordination was also probably one of our biggest victories. Definitely one of my personal victories,
Yep,
which
Pete
was
championed that pretty hard. You did a good job.
Thank you. But it was Beginner's Box Day, which we had in 2022. This was an event that came up from just our mod chat, and the crazy idea was brought up, like, what if we just did something where a bunch of people played the beginner's box? Like, that would be cool. And like, yeah, that could have been really cool. It could have just been 5 GMs for like the couple 15 new people who came to the subreddit and wanted to try it. But it exploded. It got a lot bigger than that. We had 66 game masters run games over the course of a full weekend for 360 players. And it was such an exciting event that I think Paizo did a little marketing thought stuff and decided to release your first deluxe VTT Foundry module for the beginner's box around that exact same time. And at that same time, we had gotten a very generous donation as soon as that announcement was made, where we were able to supply every single game master with a copy of that VTT Foundry module for them to run for all these new players. So that to me
I
was,
remember that. It was so great because I remember that because people were like, "Did you guys know that this was happening when the VTT?" And we were like, "No, we actually didn't know." But people were like, "I don't believe you. There's no way that happened on accident." And it was pretty funny. I remember because wasn't it like 2-3 weeks before Beginner's Box Day was about to
a
the
little
weekend it
bit
was happening?
I mean, we had definitely been communicating with Paizo, saying like, "Hey, this thing is going on. We're gonna run it," and it just felt like at the start of it that it was just gonna be some dorky little thing that we were just gonna get minimal support, just like any other convention of
Just a
like,
small event, something
yeah,
fun.
sign up some people. We'll get some vouchers, some free PDFs for people. Like it's just gonna be this little thing, and then for it to go from what it was to what we thought it was going to be to where it was a huge leap that I didn't foresee, but I'm so glad that we got there, and very excited that is going to be a reoccurring event for us, at least.
Yep,
And
there
so
were a lot of people very excited. They were like, "Annual? Did I hear annual?" There were people that didn't get to participate because even with you know how it is with games, it's tough to
Yeah.
organize even with like 2 months lead time. Sometimes it just doesn't work out for a specific weekend. But I think people are going to be kind of anticipating it this year, so I'm very excited to see, especially with the changes as of least recent. Should be a lot of fun.
John, were you around for Beginner's Box Day? Is there anything you were able to comment about as far as like what was going on with Paizo during that time, or the scuttlebutt about it?
I do remember it, and I do remember I was customer service at the time, so I wasn't directly involved. But I mean, there's chats, right? We're all kind of connected. We're all talking to each other, and I remember everybody being very excited because it was an opportunity to present people. And just like any group of people, you kind of the general consensus was this will probably be okay, but like let's not get our hopes up because you don't want to assume, you don't want to have pie in the sky expectations and then have them come crashing down. I don't think any of us internally expected what it became, because while I had my nose to the grindstone doing other stuff, it was very much people being like, "Oh wow, like people are playing the beginner's box. Like this Reddit thing is actually like becoming a thing. Like, okay, this is fun."
Yeah, I remember until recently, I think that month was the record breaker for a while. But I think the residual people that stayed after the event, I think eventually in like once Dark Archive hit and then the game happened, right? That then it took back off again, or the Discord was hot for a few days. I made a joke CSS change to old Reddit. There was a lot of I put white moths everywhere. People were like, "What does it mean?" I was like, "I hope I didn't."
That was one of the coolest things that I think I have seen from Paizo as like a community thing of just like everyone looking at these pages, trying to figure out what's going on, and there's this whole chat rooms of like, okay, if you put it over this page, the circle fits, and that was cool to see.
We did get a few really confused emails in the beginning. They were just like, is this working? Is it not formatting? Do I need to delete my cache and like download it again? What is this thing? And we were just, I don't know. Just go investigate.
See what you
That
come
must
up
have been
with.
tough.
Yeah.
But we also had that triggered the idea that we could do more events, and one of the ones that was the most long going was Brewmaster. I got to be a judge on one of it. I think Tony, you got to too.
Yep, I was in round 2. I was
Yeah.
a mod judge for round 2. And then we had Matt Kavanaugh, Botanical Bestiary, so Orphane. He was on, I think, round 3. And
Mhm.
then we had Sola on round, or excuse me, and then we had Ed Weir on round 5. And I think Gentleman was round 1. And we did 5 rounds.
Yeah.
So those were the
And
5 mod. Orphane is the
mod
moderator for infinite possibility, for the infinite Pathfinder 2e creations.
Some of you know him as the author of the Botanical Bestiary, one of my favorite third-party things that came out of it.
Yeah, actually, his story is really cool because he started on the subreddit, and he posted a Leshy every Friday for like a year, and it was to the point where people got really excited for these Leshy posts every week. And then after a year, he was like, let's see if people would pay for a book. And it turns out they were more than willing to pay for a book of just Leshies. So that was so cool to see like that story happen.
And at the same time, there was an artist who was posting these really adorable... Sita. And they got together because of the subreddit, the collaboration of things that they were doing, and like Orphane fell in love with the art. Sita, I know, was drawing some very cool Leshy sprites and stuff, and it was just like the perfect combo that came out of it. But like that level of homebrewing and third-party creation is continued. With Brewmaster, I think our plan is to eventually release a bunch of the winners. We had 207 individual entries and 42 winning entries, 32 of which were from different authors. So there were a couple of repeats, but on the whole, most of the things were like a person winning for the first time their new homebrew creation of whatever we were doing that week. Heritages, items. That was the one that I did, was the items judging. Had a lot of fun with that. There were some cool ideas in there.
Yeah, the Brewmaster competition was a lot of. It was really great to see. I got one of the hottest rounds, and I think it was probably because it was the most approachable. And I think there was like 74 valid submissions from different people on the feats round. You had to make a feat chain, and that was. Let me tell you, I went through and I wrote comments on everybody. Not everybody asked for their comments, but I made a point of it. I was like, I'm going to do this. And it was really cool to read some of the ideas that got put down on paper. Like, really cool. Like, I just loved seeing. It's amazing because you think, oh, some people might submit the same thing, right? Like, oh, there's going to be some overlap. Surprisingly, almost none of the rounds was there things that were overlapping that heavy at all. Like, at best, you could say some of the themes were shared, but most of the time it was just totally brand spanking new novel ideas. And I just thought that was so cool to see how people could come at these creation problems, like, what do I make, and everybody come up with something different. So
John, how heavily do people check the sub for like new ideas or things to incorporate into the future?
I can't speak personally. I don't go on Reddit too much, just kind of as a general rule. I dip my toes, but I do know that we have some most of the staff has at least been in at one point or another. We'll share a funny story, we'll share a thing. I can't tell you guys all of it because some of it's definitely not appropriate because it's off the chain and it's fun. But we have so much fun, and it's like I said, it's so much fun to see people, especially when you're posting like art or whatever. Like, we absolutely share all kinds of cute art, in the different work channels. There's definitely some, Leshy or some Shuni stands in the staff who are like, it doesn't matter what it is. If it's this, you will see it, and I will tell you. A
Hashtag
couple
Shuni
of,
iconic. That's my personal vendetta to make happen with Paizos. I want a Shuni iconic.
I can't say anything's on the table, but nothing's off the table either. So it's very much like
good.
We don't know. It's very much on a day to day.
Yeah. But then we dipped our own toes into creation at the end of the year of 2022 with Long Night. And Tony, you are one of the creators, so I'm going to let you talk about that while I turn on my light so I don't look like a Sith Lord.
Yeah, sure. So, well, it would be appropriate for Long Night for you to turn on your light. That is how to celebrate the holiday. Try to keep it as brightly lit. So, Long Night was a very much a group effort between a team of people that I was working with beforehand. That I ended up having to bring moderator help in to say, hey, listen, like I'm converting an old adventure. I want to make it work. Outside of just me running something for my family, and I want to update it and make it appropriate for Galarian and, do something fun with it. And so Edawir was on with me from the beginning, along with my colleague Cameron Leiden. And so we were writing out kind of the beginning of this adventure that takes place in Arisen in the Winter Crux province during a snowstorm during Long Night. And it's called The Long Night Before Krampus. And we ran kind of a little adventure and kind of did a pay what you want giveaway type of thing where we made it clear. Please, if it's your first time playing Pathfinder 2nd Edition, please just download it. Play this adventure. If you love it, if you really want to give back to the effort that went into it, because we made sure that it had full Foundry support. It's fully arted. I want to, I'm going to give shout outs to all the people that worked on this at the end. We went ham on the layout. We made sure that this was a quality supplement that if someone wants to play the game and they don't have, any means to purchase something like the beginner's box, which I think is fantastic. If you can't afford to come in with the beginner's box, it has a much better layout of the rules. But if you just want to play an adventure, the Long Night is a great adventure, and I think it works out of season 2. It is very focused on the holidays because we released it around in December, around the holidays. But I do think it works as a one shot anytime that you want to run it. Maybe more like a 2 session. So people have told me it's a little longer than a one shot.
It took us 2 sessions, but I can tell you that my group, when I ran it, had a blast with it. It was adorable. The art by Derry Zumi was incredible. Really added some life to the story. Made it so that it didn't feel creepy. It made it feel like it was a true holiday special towards the end. And I do not mind sharing that at the end of the adventure, I got misty-eyed reading like the end of it and coming to the big conclusion of like a big happy ending, and like the level of strangers who came together to play this game all came out feeling like they knew each other a little bit well, and it was like a real candle night or long night miracle. It was a very well made thing. So
that and the team loves to hear that. I'll be honest, I did write the epilogue, so it made me feel really happy to hear you just say that I was like, really, you like the misty eyed? Perfect. But yeah, I gotta give credit where it is due, because this was definitely not all me. As you mentioned, Derry, that's a very good point on the art bringing the levity of the adventure up, because there are some themes that if you let yourself get lost in the bleakness of it, like maybe it's it can be a little bit sad. But I do think the art helps carry it. But Rico the Bold wrote the orphanage portion of the adventure. Cameron Leiden wrote the bakery. Helen Savor wrote the last section. I won't go too deep into that. No spoilers. And we wrote the smithy. Derry Luttrell did the artistry, as you mentioned before. Sean Pommier of EOG and Eldritch Games did our layout and is a champion. Does fantastic work. And then Sam Marine did the Foundry module. And Sam, I swear by Sam's work, he is a fantastic dev, and he did a really good job with the adventure. So,
Yeah.
and I'm really proud of what we put together. That's not to say we can't do. I think we've all talked about maybe giving it another pass just to kind of clean up a couple of things, because it was a rush to get it quite out the door on time for
Yeah.
that December deadline. But I think we handled it. But if anybody wants to listen to kind of a truncated run of the adventure, there's a great one by Dice Will Roll with Jessica Redicop, Jeff McCallan, Jordan Wynn, Christopher Rondo, and then Derry is the GM, where they kind of play through the adventure. So if you're a GM and you're kind of, what's it like? How do I run it? What kind of tone should I be looking for? I definitely think checking out that episode can give you a little spotlight into it. And as we mentioned before, it is free. Please go to pathfinderinfinite.com, download it. If you love it, maybe come back after you've downloaded it and decide to go for that pay what you want and help pay some of the authors.
And we
really
did. We got a good portion.
That's true.
And
We did.
it got a little
We
reward.
got a medal. Proud of us. Yeah, we got a medal. So it was 371 total downloads of people that decided to get the adventure, and then we cracked the 50 mark to break into copper on people that were willing to come back and basically pay what we listed as on the store for pay what you want. So we're very grateful to get anything. To be honest, most of it will probably go back into the adventure. So like it's into maybe trying to like enhance some things, maybe do another one that isn't like wintertime holiday themed, maybe some other kind of event. But
Yeah.
that would be the goal. But it's very humbling to see so many people appreciate it.
Yeah. And speaking of appreciating a third party made thing, that brings us to Third Party Con and the whole point of it.
Right.
Because there are a couple people who think that just in the last month was when we decided to actually run it, but we've actually been planning Third Party Con since October at least.
I was gonna say, I think talks started summertime, but
Yeah.
actual things occurring, I think that sounds like putting actual events in motion. I think you're right. I think it started about October.
And this came from all of our shared love of the community and community made content in all of the forms that it comes with. I, as a podcaster, am a big fan of the various content creators who are making videos, actual plays, community made resources. And then with Tony as part of the Infinite program, there's all kinds of people who are writing great materials on Pathfinder Infinite. And we really wanted to celebrate that fact. Like the metrics of all of these numbers that we laid out bear a truth that Pathfinder Second Edition, the whole Paizo community around this game, is growing at an incredibly rapid rate. And we wanted to call attention to that, call attention to the people who are helping to make it that way. Because, John, I'm sure you'd agree that, if it was just a matter of Paizo advertising dollars, it would probably not be at the place that it was without the love from fans talking about it, making videos about it, doing introductory streams and all of that stuff for people. So our goal with TPK was to show that, to really highlight the best of what the Paizoverse has brought us. And that's what I hope you'll get out of this weekend, viewer, is a great weekend of content, of gaming, of demos, and really helping to amplify not just Paizo itself. We love you, John. We want Paizo to succeed, but also uplifting the Pathfinder community, because the game has evolved beyond just being a Paizo thing. It is something that the community embraces. It's something that some of us center our identity on, parts of our identity on. So it's a real important thing to me that this community continue to grow, continue to flourish, and that's my ultimate goal with TPK. What do you have to say about it, Tony?
I mean, to me, I'm always going to look at Paizo as being the windbreaker for the third party writers. Maybe not so much for people like Battlezoo with Mark, since Mark kind of is breaking wind on his own little area. I mean, he definitely led the charge with Paizo for a long time. But for me personally, I mean, even just with the way that the Lost Omens team progresses their books, and they leave so much room for writers, especially in the Pathfinder Infinite community, where we can actually go in and do things in Golarion, which I think is fantastic. And Luis Loza and his team, they just have made it so easy for us to go in and find these pockets in the world that are just itching for, give me more mechanics, give me more things that are happening in this place. Please jump in and get your hands dirty, writer. Like try to do something with your material in this place. And so I think I'm just really excited to hopefully not only get people to see that some of these third party people that you're looking at, they're not just, some of them are actual, Paizo freelancers. Some of them that are going out on their own and stuff. You got people like Mikhail Raccoon, who's doing, things with Luminant Age right now, and then you have like like Dustin Knight, who was one of the moderators for the Infinite Possibilities Discord and was a big Infinite creator for like a while, and now Dustin's hopped on over to Team Starfinder. So I want people to see TPK as an opportunity to not only explore what it's like to be in third party, realize that being in the third party space doesn't mean you're not in the Paizoverse, and to maybe also consider, what does it take for you to make that jump? Can I be a writer? Can I be more than just somebody that does homebrew for my games and stuff like that? And I want to, brief shout out to Mike Sayer. Like, I have to say, if it wasn't for some advice that I got from Mike years ago, I don't think that my writing would be where it is now. And I can't really say enough how much I appreciated that, and how much I hope that maybe TPK and maybe some other people during TPK can make someone else feel that way, can make them say, hey, can I be a writer? Can I be a creator? So that's my hope.
And even Paizo staff are still in their job capacity. Also doing third party stuff. Jason Bowman came out with Starfinder. Luis Loza comes out with this incredible Dragonkin ancestry.
That one's great. It's gold on Infinite. Highly recommend.
Yeah. So John, either from your own personal standpoint or the official Paizo standpoint, like what are you all hoping to get out of this celebration?
I can speak to both. So yes, like you mentioned, we do have staff that are also producing things in this third party economy, because we genuinely just love the game, and there are other ways to expand on the game and add your own touches, add your own flavors. I'm a patron of Jason's. I get his Eventide emails. So like it's all just part of that whole, like I said, part of that whole ecosystem. Me personally, I want, Tony, kind of the same thing you were saying. I just nibbled at the whole writing thing with Rage of Elements, and I'm not comfortable enough yet in the rules to be able to do it myself, I don't think, but I'm definitely on the way. And stuff like TPK is so good for just inspiration. You get kind of that whole like, oh, like it's not this big daunting bugaboo that like means I can never do it. Here are people who are like actually like, no, point A, point B, fiddle around and do whatever you want for point C, and then point D, and bam, 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 there you go. And it doesn't have to be just writing. If you want to do videos and stuff, we have that whole community use package. Feel free to toss art as you're talking about videos. and anything that shows up in one of our blogs is free art. So if you email me if you're curious, but otherwise, you can go and pick out some art and make videos if that's what you want to do. If you want to do writing, we've got Pathfinder Infinite, we've got Starfinder Infinite. There's compatibility licenses. If you don't want to write in Galarian, you don't have to. You can make up your own setting and just lay on the Starfinder or the Pathfinder rules on top of that. So if your big passion, kind of like me, is I want to create the world, I need to make the lore of the world, I'm going to do this, there's that waiting for you. So you don't have to start with, reinventing the wheel and figure out what your 7, 8, 9, 10 schools of magic are going to be. Just throw Pathfinder on there and feel free to be creative in your own way. So as long as people from the corporate side, yes, we love that people are talking about the game. Obviously, that's a given. But we also just want people to create. We want people to be inspired. We want people to play games. We want people to have fun and enjoy hanging out and doing group activities with each other and just really having fun with people who have the same interests.
Yeah. And there have been some great spaces fostered to be able to do that. Tony, I think you can speak a little bit more about the Infinite program and creator spaces.
Yeah, so I mean, the Infinite Possibilities Discord has been kind of a little hub, and the Pathfinder 2e creation subreddit. So a while back, Dustin Knight asked, talked to me about like getting more involved with the Discord server, and I was talking with Orphane about helping him like improve the 2e creation subreddit. And so basically we made this, why separate the two? These seem to be like-minded communities. We're building homebrew, because really the step between making yourself go from being somebody that's just in homebrew to somebody that's, producing actual published content is, I won't say the leap isn't there, but it's smaller than people think it is, right? It takes a little bit more effort. You got to start putting together, layouts and stuff and fooling with that whole nonsense. But the making that extra jump is a lot easier when you have people that know how to, fix a bug in Affinity, or how do I output my templates, so that I can get these styles through and things like that. So on the Infinite Possibilities Discord, that's just been great. And then on the individual Discords across the Pathfinder second edition, like Paizoverse, really, if you will, like the Arcane Mark Discord is fantastic. By the way, highly recommend Mark's streams. He teaches you how to build all kinds of things, NPCs, monsters. He also does dives on books. Those are fantastic. Then there's the Roll for Combat Discord. That one's great too. I'll shout out to my own Team Plus Discord. We just crossed I think 400 something people, and they love homebrewing in there. They're all about it. They love trying to build new mechanics and trying to seek things. And that's what I think I love about all of our communities, even the Pathfinder 2e subreddit Discord, which is fantastic. There's just it just crossed 10K fairly recently users, which is pretty big milestone for us internally. And I think the discussions between them has been fantastic, and being able to build out that creation is a good thing for the game, and trying to figure out how you make things, for other people to enjoy. I know the DriveThru RPG Discord is fantastic. That's where the Infinite Masters congregate, where we get the sneak previews on stuff that comes out a little bit later, which is very nice. I can't talk about anything that's coming out soon, but man, Firebrands is such a good book. It is such a good book. It's such a good book. Anyway, so but I think the thing that I love most about the creators across the different teams is that it's not a competition. It's not we're all trying to get a piece of the pie and there's nothing left if at the end of the day. We're all building each other up. When somebody gets a new release, when someone gets a medal, we're all about trying to lift them up. I started doing this little thing on Infinite specifically, where when somebody takes the top spot on a popular wheel, I make a meme about it, or it's kind of the whole James Cameron, Steven Spielberg picture thing for highest gross. So we started doing that internally, and it started dumb, but 12 16 memes later, it started to kind of be like a thing where people enjoy, seeing, oh, somebody gets a meme today. They broke popular wheel number 1. So
Yeah.
I like the sense of community even among the creators, where if you're brand new or you're a vet, you're gonna find people from all different spaces, and it's nothing but love for each other, for trying to build up how can you be a successful creator. And the thing that's great about Paizo is they've given us basically the golden goose. Like, there's plenty of room. There's a reason the pie never runs out. It's a great game to build for.
And we can't talk about, that without also mentioning that Paizo is still coming out with stuff even after, this 3 years. And it wasn't too long ago that I made a meme that, Paizo didn't have enough stuff, and now there's so much. So John, is there anything you want to tell us about the future of Paizo? And we're gonna, we might as well just broach this topic now that there has been an explosion of interest in Pathfinder 2nd edition. I don't know. I couldn't say how much that transfers over to Starfinder. Maybe you have thoughts about that, John. But on our own, we exploded in 1 month from having 55,000 subscribers to 78 today. 78,000 people, not just 78. Increased to 457,000 uniques in 1 month. Never happened before. And 10 million page views. That is the largest spike that has ever happened because of news around the OGL and eventually the Orc. So
Orc was bigger than the OGL breach.
It was.
Not surprisingly. Like, I think we had 3,000 something subscribers the day Orc was announced. That's how excited people were about Orc.
So this is a big time for Paizo, John. So what is coming up for Paizo that you can talk to us about, and the success that you've seen from all the interest people have had about 2nd edition?
Sure. To go back to an earlier comment for a second, not enough. I think we had like 19 separate products that were released in November by itself.
It's one of the most annoying things that I have seen. It's like, well, 1st edition just had so much. I don't know about. It's like, I have a whole bookshelf of Paizo. Anyway.
Yeah, no, we are definitely continuing that train for sure. Let's see, what can I... So, yes, obviously, the OGL, Orc, those are things that people want to know about. I personally have not seen any draft of the Orc yet. As of this recording, it has not come out, and by the time everybody else sees this, there might be something, but as of right now, we haven't seen it yet. We are hoping to get a draft out in February. That's the plan, but we also want to make sure it's done right and correct, so we're not rushing it. We're letting the lawyers take their time with it, because we definitely absolutely want to make sure that this does what it says on the tin and what we were intending it to do. For all of the creators out there, we are still, and we hold to this, 1.0a is still there. It is business as usual. You can create using 1.0a. In our view, it's not able to go away anyway. So if that's one of the reasons that you feel kind of held up on things, go for it. Don't feel like you need to hold yourself back. We've had thousands of people interested in the Orc. It has garnered a lot of attention, so we are very excited to see where it goes. But like I said, as of right now, we're not sure. We haven't seen the draft. So, but other stuff that's upcoming. Let's see what's coming up. We got Treasure Vaults coming out. Super excited for that. Something like, I might get the exact number wrong, but I know there's at least a few pages of just straight up treasure tables. Like, I can't think of treasure to insert for cool thing for my group. Open page, roll die. That's what it is.
I was excited to see. I got my subscription copy, and I got to see the Dwarven Longhammer came back. That's the one thing that I wanted this whole time.
It's a very fun book. My personal kind of recent, like I am not. My home groups have decided on one is doing Kingmaker and one I actually start Rise of the Rune Lords here in a couple of hours with another group. But Gatewalkers is going to be so much fun. Like
Yes.
I am so psyched for creepy investigative fantasy X-Files nonsense. Like it's going to be so good. What else have we announced? Firebrands, obviously, is also coming out. Lots of people excited for that one. Dropping a couple of leaks on the Twitter just because they haven't stopped me yet. They haven't pulled my keys to the Twitter yet. So we'll see if that continues. And then we have also announced Sky King's Tomb, the Dwarven adventure pack.
Yep.
Which is going to be lots of people are excited about that. That's going to be a lot of fun. I haven't seen any of the layouts or anything for that one yet, but and then we've got a couple of releases coming up for Starfinder as well. We've got Drift Hackers just finished or is finishing, and I am not 100% sure what else has been announced yet because I didn't do that research before I sat down, so I'm not going to say anything else because I like
everybody's pretty focused on Drift Hackers right now anyway, so I think you're safe.
Which is I need to get into more Starfinder. It seems very fun. There's this thing called time and I don't have enough of it. So,
ain't that
whatever this mysterious thing is, I certainly don't have enough of it. But yeah, we are just, and obviously there's always things in the pipe, right? So we have calendars and ideas going far out into the future for what we would like to accomplish, and it is a very, very, very exciting time to be kind of sitting where I am. I'm not directly responsible for the things, so I don't feel the crushing weight of deadlines. I just get to see the cool results and be like, okay, now I get to tell people about the cool thing. Yay me.
And we are going to be there every step of the way. I know that every time Paizo makes an announcement, the subreddit hangs on a thread. That maybe isn't the right note, but we are waiting very, very eagerly to hear any announcement anytime that it comes out. So we're very excited that we have this connection with Paizo directly or indirectly, as a way for the community to interact with you and as a voice for yourself to be able to talk directly to the community that plays and loves your game.
I'm not going to say we haven't timed it from how long it takes a blog release to show up on the subreddit, but some of us have timed it. And
everybody wants the karma.
We're talking like sub 90 seconds in some cases. We're like, okay, like someone was obviously hitting refresh on the page.
We had to delete some duplicates on the last one. I remember there was like 4 people that were like, boom, boom, boom. Like within it was like, I think this one was first. Delete.
Yeah.
So, speaking of time, though, we are reaching the end of ours. So briefly, I'm going to talk about the future of at least the Pathfinder 2E subreddit. Anytime that's something new that Paizo releases, it's going to have a big impact. But we are not just sitting idly by. We are trying to have events that engage you, the community, and one of those is obviously TPK. We're hoping that you have a great time with it, exploring new options. We are so excited that this was a community-led event. Paizo was very hands-off, even though we kept them in the loop about everything. But we got sponsorships from Pathfinder Infinite, otherwise known as DriveThru RPG. Roll for Combat is one of our sponsors, as well as Legendary Games and Eldritch Osiris Games, the first ever co-op producer of Pathfinder 2nd Edition. We also have a mega bundle going on that should be on the front page of this whenever this releases, of third-party content, so that you can get so much cool stuff for a very discounted price, similar to those amazing humble bundles that Paizo's been whipping out every once in a while, surprising us with. And World Anvil also has joined the sponsorship a little bit late, so they declined to have like their own keynote and stuff. But they are giving us a special discount for 40% off of any year-long subscription if you use the code TPK 2023 at checkout. So that is a very cool tool for people who are building their own third party, whether it's a new setting, new campaign ideas. If you're building a whole campaign, World Anvil can be a tool for you to be able to build that out, to outline it, and then make it into a cohesive product that I hope will one day get to play. So again, that is TPK 2023 at checkout for World Anvil. The final big announcement that I'm excited to make is that, yes, Beginner's Box Day is being an annual event. We're doing Beginner Box Days 2, which I'm calling Atari Boogaloo, and no one can make me not say that. That is going to be April 22nd through 30th. It's going to be a whole week this time rather than just a weekend, so that we can get people from all around the world who are off and on work to be able to connect new players to getting into Pathfinder 2nd Edition. Hopefully, there will still be beginners boxes out there able to be found. It's getting rarer until a new reprint.
That part's tough. Yeah.
But
John,
the-
can you tell us the pocket editions are?
Oh yeah, so there are, as of right now, there are no hardcover CRBs left in the warehouse, and now there are no pocket edition CRBs left in the warehouse. I've been giving beginners boxes out like candy to libraries, and as prize support for other people or whatever. They're and it's like, normally I would have other books to give you, but all I have is a couple of boxes. I'm sorry, we're not. April. We should have more.
April.
We're hoping.
So that times very, very well with Beginner's Box Day. But there will always be the VTT Foundry module that you can get on Paizo.com. I have run it at this point, I think 8 separate times for people. It's incredible. It's gorgeous. Has sound effects, overlays, so it looks like your characters are going under things, lighting effects, deluxe tokens. It is a fantastic introduction into 2nd edition, and we're really excited to once again be putting on this event that got so many people into the hobby, especially hopefully many of those people who are brand new to the hobby flocking in because of the orc license announcement. We want to have a space for you to be able to try 2nd edition on your own terms. And then, of course, we're going to have other events, AMAs. John, we always have an open invitation for Paizo staff to come do AMAs, whether it's talking about a new project that you are about to release, or someone just wants to come shoot. I probably shouldn't curse, but just wants to interact with the community. We always have AMAs open, and for you community creators, if you ever want to have an AMA talking about your new project, something that you're about to release, a Kickstarter, we're not sticking those things on the subreddit, but we do encourage you to reach out to us, the mod team, through the mod mail to set up an AMA so that people can ask you about your project and really get to learn about it. That is going to generate more excitement than just a virtual ad on the subreddit. And we've already had very successful AMAs, and I think Tony knows that too.
Absolutely. Grand Bazaar was fantastic. Luis Loza's AMA, even recently when about the director change, about the director role, it was very nice. So it's really good to get in EOG did one as well. We do ones with from third party to Paizo people. I think AMAs, it's really cool to get insight into the perspectives of these different people in the Paizoverse.
Yeah. But with that, we are out of time. So we're just going to do a final outro. Tony, John, where can people find more about you, your projects, and continue to interact with you after TPK?
I'll go first. John, I think yours is a little more self-explanatory. So if you want to interact with me, I mean, you can probably find me on the subreddit. You can find me on the Discord, and then you can find me working on Team Plus projects on the Team Plus Discord, where I'm available often. For some reason, I can't get away from notifications. They just keep coming up on my phone, and I have this dire need to open every single one of them. So if you want to reach out to me, the Team Plus Discord is you don't have to be a member of Fam Plus to join. You could just hop on in and say hi. So
and John.
I am
Third Party
stuff.
Con is sponsored in part by Pathfinder Infinite, part of the DriveThru RPG Network.
Right,
whether it's adventures, settings, monsters, classes, or anything else that builds on the core game, Pathfinder Infinite allows talented creators like you to share your content and make money while you're at it. You can use the Pathfinder Lost Omens campaign setting and more as a launch pad for your own creations. Get recognized by the community, and you might even earn an invitation into the Infinite Masters Elite Creator Program. For more information, visit roll20.io/TPK. That's roll20.io/TPK.
A little bit of everything.
And I am your humble rule lord with the podcast Rise of the Rule Lords, which you can find me on all things at RuleLord2e. Twitter is my home for as long as it remains a stable platform. But then, of course, there is the 2e subreddit where I love to post mostly sticky comments about very controversial things. But anyway, so I really encourage you, if you are a part of TPK, to join what I consider to be both the largest, and that is verifiable with numbers, but also the best, which is more subjective, community of Pathfinder 2e players with the R Pathfinder 2e subreddit. Our Discord is amazing. It's there on the sidebar, and we now even have a space for Spanish speakers if that's your native tongue, or just want to converse with more Spanish speaking people. So with that, I'm going to wish you all a very happy Third Party Con. We hope that you'll stay with us for the entire weekend. We have a great lineup of more streamers, a great lineup of demos for adventures and third-party options. And even if you aren't gaming this weekend, I encourage you to seek out those demos, download them, and try them out at your own game at some point. We're going to try to make this a thing where the 2e community is always a big content creator safe space. So continue to make those Pathfinder products. So with that, I am going to sign off in my usual way of don't let the rules rule you, and say bye, everybody.
Toodaloo. Have a
Thanks,
good
everybody.
TPK.
Third Party Con is sponsored in part by Pathfinder Infinite, part of the DriveThru RPG Network. Whether it's adventures, settings, monsters, classes, or anything else that builds on the core game, Pathfinder Infinite allows talented creators like you to share your content and make money while you're at it. You can use the Pathfinder Lost Omens campaign setting and more as a launch pad for your own creations. Get recognized by the community, and you might even earn an invitation into the Infinite Masters Elite Creator Program. For more information, visit roll20.io/TPK. That's roll20.io/TPK. Next up on Third Party Con, the DriveThru RPG Keynote.
Hello.
Oh, look, it's us.
Are we live?
There we are.
Yes.
I think this is what that means.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess we have to stop screwing around then. So everyone put on your serious faces.
All right.
Hello.
Yeah, we're very
This is
professional.
very serious PaizoCon going on here. I'm Mark Moreland. I am the Director of Brand Strategy at Paizo. I am here to moderate a panel on publishing on Pathfinder Infinite and Starfinder Infinite, but we only had so many characters in our stream title. So we're here to talk about Pathfinder and Starfinder Infinite. And with me today, I have...
A train!
A train!
I know, yes, okay.
You have Dustin Knight, who sounds like he's living under a train track. I am a Pathfinder Infinite author. I also review all sorts of Pathfinder Infinite products. You might have seen me here on the official Paizo stream on Fridays, where I host Infinite reviews and go in depth on all the latest and greatest Pathfinder Infinite products.
I'm Vanessa Hoskins. I am a freelance author for Paizo for Pathfinder and Starfinder products. I am also the guest of honor at this show. And also, I write stuff on Infinite, including Vellum and Lace.
Arting. And I am Ron Lundeen. I'm a development manager at Paizo. I am primarily responsible for the Adventure Path and Lost Omens lines for Pathfinder, which is an awful lot of fun. That's what lets me wear the blue shirt, but that's not why I'm here right now. The reason I'm here right now is because I am also a very busy freelance author for Paizo and produce projects on Pathfinder Infinite.
Yeah, so today we're just going to talk a little bit about what Pathfinder and Starfinder Infinite are, sort of give some best practices for folks who might be interested in getting started, and then we'll open it up for a Q&A. So if anyone has questions about, producing their own products or marketing their products or I don't know, whatever. You guys are supposed to come up with the questions, not me. We'll try and answer those. So Pathfinder and Starfinder Infinite are community content programs hosted on DriveThru RPG. They allow publishers to use Paizo's intellectual property to produce game content, fiction, comics, images, all sorts of things, and sell that in a way that both the creator as well as Paizo and DriveThru all get a cut of that. So if you have a particular adventure idea that you'd love to get out there in the world, and you want to be able to get paid for the time it takes you to write that and draw the maps and all that, this is a way that you can do that and set it in Galarian or the Pact Worlds without getting a call from our lawyers to stop. Which is a good deal. No one wants to talk to a lawyer, right, Ron?
Wait, hold on just a minute there. As I'm fond of saying, 99% of lawyers give the rest of us a bad name.
Yes. Yeah, that's good. That's good. So I guess let's start with Dustin. You're the one who sort of has made it your mission to evangelize the Infinite platform. What's sort of the basic overview that you have? If someone comes to you and says, "What is this Infinite thing?" What do you tell them?
Oh, well, Infinite to me, when I first started seeing books being released for it, my honest thought was, oh, this is going to fill the void for monthly little snippets into Galarian that was left by the player companion line condensing into the amazing Lost Omens line. And seeing all these authors, who many of whom are the same authors who work freelance for Paizo, writing all this incredible work and getting access to all these great resources, such as the artwork that Paizo provides, just gives us this treasure trove of incredible products to expand our repertoire and make Pathfinder 2e this great game that we have today. It's always great to have this archive that you could find niche things that you would never see a hardcover, Dullahan of Galarian product from Paizo. That would be a little bit too niche.
Are you sure? Are you sure? I'm pretty sure, but you never know.
I'm pretty sure.
I mean, it would be a pretty
Yes.
good way to get ahead.
Yes, and expanding on the existing products is also the other great part. Is you'll read one of these awesome hardcovers and just be like, but I need a little bit more, and then you go on to Infinite and you're like, wow, these authors have also realized that it needs a little bit more, and they've written more.
Yeah, the ability to flesh out some of our existing content with side adventures or extra random encounter tables or expanded villain backstories or who knows is one of the cool things that I love seeing up there. Vanessa, what's your general thoughts?
What's my deal?
On yeah, what's your deal?
I like Infinite a lot, both as a consumer of Pathfinder products and also as an author. As a consumer, I'm excited because all sorts of times you're playing something and you're like, I wish that there was a specific archetype for being a learned guard in Absalom. Hey, guess what there is now? But if there was like a specific archetype that did this or a specific magic item that is tied into the world of Golarion and there aren't rules for it, you can write them yourself and publish them. And that's pretty cool. Or find someone else who has written something that fills in that niche. I've also seen products that are in the past, anyhow, that are like, oh, you know that adventure path? Here's some side quests for it that we wrote. And now you can, instead of having to skirt the rules, I'm being like, it's the kingdom building side quest that is definitely not Kingmaker. You could just be like, okay, so for Kingmaker, there's this NPC, and here's a side quest they might give you. And you are able to do that and use all of the IP, which is awesome. So as a consumer, I'm excited to see what people do to build upon existing products. As an author, I got really excited about the prospect that I could actually write fiction, which is pretty cool. I haven't written fiction in a very long time, and so I dusted off those old skills and decided to write a bit of serialized fiction. It really allows me to flex my creative muscles in a way that you can't without using Golarion IP or are restricted away from it, or when you're following the rigorous outline provided to you by a developer that says, all right, you need to hit these points. This allows me to just say, well, what do I want to write? And then write it.
Ron, what about you?
Well, I've been involved with third-party gaming for a long time. I did a lot of publishing under the OGL with my own sort of third-party company. And one of the things that I found that many people who are doing their own kind of stuff do realize were two big limiters that I kept running into. First, I really wanted to be able to set adventures and tell stories and add rules to the official setting that everybody was using, and you can't do that when you're publishing under the OGL. I also secondarily had to pay an awful lot for art and other resources like that, and some of those can be so onerous that I've had plenty of products where I'm like, well, I know what I want to do and what I want the art to be like, but for me to get the art this product needs, it is a non-starter financially. I might as well not even do it. And so those two limits I kept bumping up into. The thing about Pathfinder and Starfinder Infinite is that it leans heavily into lifting those barriers. So not only is it possible to use the intellectual property of the world, so you can actually feel like you're expanding an existing world rather than trying to carve out your own and hope people like it, or carve out your own that is maybe close enough that people might think it's like the one that is official. But more importantly, it's got a ton of great art as a good resource. And the Paizo art it's very distinctive. It fits very well with sort of the feel of the rules. And so being able to just drop in even a few art pieces to make your whole product look a little bit prettier, and be able to do that as part of the creator resources on Pathfinder and Starfinder Infinite is a huge help to make everything look a lot better.
That's true. I mean, for those who aren't aware, we do have, as part of the creator resources, we have templates that you can use to get started. They're not super fancy like you would see in an official Paizo book in terms of page borders and backgrounds and things like that. But they've got all of the fonts embedded and the different styles for headers and stat blocks. and those are available for both Pathfinder and Starfinder for InDesign, which is a fairly expensive program, not necessarily entry level, but for Microsoft Office or programs that can read and access Microsoft Office. And the terms of the program would allow other creators who may have a preference for other software suites to create templates in those and share those. Those make for a very easy way of making your words look more professional, so that you're not just showing a page of text, that you have it styled similarly to an official product. And then we have a whole lot of images that we've put up for free that you can use. You can also use any image other than logos or photographs of like real people. From the community use package. So if something shows up on the Paizo blog or is available on the community use package available on the Paizo store, you can use those in addition to an even larger selection of monster art, holy symbols, in-game icons like for classes and things like that we provide for publishers on Infinite itself. So like Ron said, that's one way of really increasing the production value of your product and really justifying what you're asking someone to pay for that. Anyone can create content and just give it away for free. But what we're trying to do is foster an environment where creators are receiving compensation for their work. We don't just want you to write for exposure. Make that money, and of course, Paizo will make some money too. But half of all the money from a sale goes directly to the publisher, and the other half is then split between Paizo and Bookshelf. So it's a pretty good deal. Vanessa, how did you?
Let me jump in to say it's also easy to split that up among creators. If you've got several creators who are coming together for one product, easy to set the percentage so that, okay, well, I'm doing half the work, I'm going to get half. You guys are each doing a quarter of the work, so each are going to get a quarter, and then it just go, right? It's easy to set that up.
Yeah, the store interface on DriveThru RPG really facilitates that type of profit sharing. Without you needing to do a bunch of accounting on your own. Dustin, you something.
Oh, yeah. I just wanted to throw in there while you were talking about different software is we have templates. People have made fans have made templates that they've said you are free to use for your Pathfinder Infinite products, in addition to compilations of different blog images sorted in different categories, royalty-free images shared that way, and frankly, creator spaces so that you could collaborate with other creators and find things like editors, artists, layout artists, and everything else you could want on my Discord at infinite.net. There's my plug.
That's good. That's good. Say it again for the people in the back.
Infinite.net. It will get you the Discord invite. Night with a K. And there's a big community. We have little hidden spaces there for people to work on their own projects with other creators. We have big lists of links to different resources, how-tos, how to program your stuff into Foundry, links to the Infinite Possibilities articles on nodirectionpodcast.com that talks about first getting into third-party publishing and getting into Pathfinder Infinite. And frankly, just a big supportive community who will answer your questions day and night very, very quickly.
Yeah, I think that it can be pretty intimidating for someone who has a whole bunch of, someone who's primarily GM'd, for example, or a player who's theory crafted a whole bunch of new feats or spells that they want to share with the community. It can be a pretty steep climb, or at least it looks like a steep climb from the bottom. To move from those ideas to get them onto a page that then other people can access. So Vanessa, do you have any advice for those people who are they've got the idea, they want to do Infinite? How do they get started? What do they do?
Sure. The first thing I would do is take a look at some of the FAQs that are part of the Pathfinder Infinite website. They should be linked on that page there. And those will give you a lot of advice. I'd say you can also join an Infinite Possibilities Discord. It's a Discord server specifically for people making content on Pathfinder Infinite or just fans of those products. And that is a great place to ask other creators when you have questions about, like, I think this is community use. How can I be sure? Or I want to use this spell. Is that covered under OGL or is that covered under the Pathfinder Infinite license? Things like that. The other thing to be made aware of is that if you are writing rules material, that all falls under the OGL, the Open Gaming License that Pathfinder is published under as well. And so you'll need to include that as well as crafting what's called a Section 15. I'm getting technical, but that's okay. Section 15 is basically where'd you get everything that you're referencing. And definitely go and seek out a little bit of assistance if you haven't done that before. It's not difficult. It's just you want to make sure you get it right.
The point that I want to add is absolutely jump in and do it, right? Everybody's first project looks awful to them after you go back, right? I look at some of my first third-party stuff and that's terrible. But I'm glad that I just did it, right? I put the words onto the page, slapped on a cover, got it out there. Did I learn a ton afterward? Absolutely. But getting in and getting started is the best way to actually go through it, and in going through it, be able to sort of learn how to do it even better.
And if you're like me, your stuff that you've done 10, 15 years later still looks awful to you. But that's my own issue.
Oh,
yeah, I think just going and doing it is actually really good advice. Just you need to get products out there. And even if you want to start with something small, just to go through the steps and learn how to do it before you take on a bigger project, that is also a pretty good idea.
Well, one thing that's awesome. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, one thing that's awesome about Pathfinder Infinite is you can go back and revise your product. Every product I posted, I've had somebody find some weird little tiny thing like, oh, you forgot the duration on this poison. And I'll be like, okay, 5 minutes, it's fixed because I don't have to print this in physical medium. So there's not as much turnaround time as like a big official product from one of these giant, huge companies.
That's cheating. No, that's true, and I was going to say, to Ron's point, if you're starting even with something small, maybe you can find someone who's already creating content. If you have a whole bunch of stuff that you want to do about were-rats, find someone else who seems to be into lycanthropes or who seems to like rodents, and just say, hey, you're already publishing content on Infinite. I have some ideas. Can you help me? Can you help me publish a book of were-rat spells? And if they say, sure, then they can impart their knowledge on you, and it is, it's called community content for a reason, because it's the idea is not just to build the content and the library of available material for Pathfinder and Starfinder, but to build a community of people who are creating that content, using that content, and hopefully those work together, in a synergy that makes the game and the community both better. It looks like we've got some questions coming in from chat. So let's see. Let's get right to those. We have one from earlier today from GM Muerte, who says, "I have basic questions about what PDF creator do you use to make your infinite items?" So this is, later in the process, after the words are written, maybe even after you've commissioned some art. What do you folks use to make that a final product that gets put up on the store?
I use InDesign, Photoshop, but I have a degree in graphic design, so that's cheating.
I also cheat, and I use Helen Savor, my writing partner on Vellum and Lace, because she's published ebooks before.
Okay. Ron, who do you use? How do you cheat?
I don't cheat. I don't cheat at all. No, I cheat the process in that I am super quick and lazy about how I do it, but it's a really good way to get in. I just write it in Word. I write it in the templates that they give as far as the community resources, and I just type into those. It's got the right styles. I'll put in a stat block, and the stat block has all the icons and everything to look right, and I just do it in Word, and then I just export as a PDF, and then I'm done. That's
Mhm.
I have no InDesign. For some of my other stuff, I'm a little more complicated. I use Scribus, which is a free layout software, GIMP, which is a free image manipulation tool. You can see the theme of free going through here. I knew the margins were really thin, so that's what I got. That's what I started to use. But the thing that has made it even easier for Infinite is the fact that it's got the templates that I can just type right into.
Mhm.
The only thing that I can't, I mean, there are a couple of little wrinkles about that. I like having page backgrounds, and dropping in the page background in Word requires, weirdly, that you put them in the header to apply to the entire document. And then when I export as a PDF, it doesn't have any bookmarks, and I feel like bookmarks are really helpful to let people navigate around in your PDF. So I've got friends that I just send, hey, here's my final product. Please, can you put into these 6 bookmarks in these 6 places? And then they do, and I put it up. So it's all done with Word from my end.
I'd like to
Yeah.
also reiterate that No Direction did an entire series called Infinite Possibilities, Tools of the Trade, which talks about all of the different sorts of platforms that you could use while trying to create content for Pathfinder Infinite, including links to the templates. I see Dustin has already linked it in the chat, so go ahead and find that one. And then there's also a bunch of resources on his site. He's done a good job of really consolidating everything you need into one place.
And it's also a forum. So if you have questions, it's a Discord server where you can just ask your question and say, I looked through this stuff and I didn't find the thing I was looking for. Can someone help me? And usually someone has the answer. And if they don't, they make it up. Osiris 1138 says, what have you been excited about seeing on PFI? Like, what are some developments over time that you've been proud of seeing? I guess I'll start. I knew that Pathfinder Infinite was coming a lot earlier than anyone else here. I was on the ground floor of getting that launched, and yeah, it's my fault. And so for me, seeing something that there are other community content sites out there for various other games, and so I had an idea of the sort of things that we were likely to see show up on there, but I didn't really know what order we were going to see them. Were we going to see people putting out adventures first? Were we going to see people putting out rules content? Very few of those community content platforms allow for non-game products. And so for me, I was really excited to see Vanessa and a few others just from the onset really jump on writing non-game content set in Pathfinder and Starfinder with fiction. Someone would have the option of doing comics if they wanted to do their own comic adventure. You can really do whatever you want, but it's not just restricted to role
Within the
playing
terms of the license,
right?
Within the terms of the license, yes. Thank you, lawyer Ron. But it's you don't just if you don't know the rules well enough to be able to do a new class or archetype or a bunch of spells, you can still tell stories using the platform, and seeing people do that has been really exciting for me, because ultimately that's what I see as being at the heart of Pathfinder and Starfinder are the stories. The rules give you one tool set to tell those stories, but so does prose, and so do card games and other fun stuff.
Well, one
Justin,
thing I was going to say one thing, like in terms of the different types of content that's out there, I just shout out to the folks who make Queer Finder magazine. It is a digital magazine that is on Pathfinder Infinite, and it is released quarterly. And the first issue is out, and it hit copper on the very first day, or silver or something. It's I don't make it. I wrote for it, but it is It is really good stuff. Lots of recognizable names too in like Pathfinder canon, and some new authors who are just trying things out. So it's a really good mix.
And super high
And what-
production values. I was really blown away when I saw that.
Yeah, no, that was
Yeah.
sort of a very early high water mark for the platform, is seeing that, being like, wow, if this is the level of stuff that the community is going to be producing, that's really exciting. And so it looks like an issue of Dungeon or Dragon for back when Paizo produced it, or better in some ways, and that's really cool to see. And the creators of that are at Physical PaizoCon, so if you're here, you can use the free hotel printer, print out a copy of that, and get them to sign it.
Yeah, and you could get an issue of Queer Finder from the PaizoCon Infinite Community Mega Bundle, which I'll go ahead and link in chat as well.
What?
The PaizoCon Community Infinite Mega
Community
Bundle.
Mega Bundle. Yes, it is a bundle of 29 products from 18 different authors. That is only $24.99, and despite being $110 worth of content. It's a great way to see all the different ways that Infinite goes, frankly, and it very much keys in with that question of what are you excited to have seen done on Infinite. I mean, I knew going into it there'd be archetypes and feats and classes, and I was excited for that. But seeing these things like Vellum and Lace, Queer Finder, and having that be in character, you could take it and like throw it at a character and be like, your character picked up this issue of this magazine in character. I mean, I even tried dabbling into that with Starstone the Ascension, making an in-character hero-based trading card game that you could play at the table because your characters are playing it. Seeing stuff like that take off, and Kitsune Galarian, seeing that hit silver super, super fast, not necessarily because of the mechanics, but because people really want to read about all these heritages, like what's a Kitsune from Arcadia like? And seeing people react to that positively has made me super excited to see that the expansion to the setting is being well received and enjoyed.
That's one thing that I'm really enjoying on there, is seeing all the new ancestries that folks are writing, and just expanding the opportunities for what you can play at your table. And there's just a lot of really interesting stuff in there. So I'm going to play a bunny folk.
What about you? A bunny folk?
Luis's bunny folk, they're amazing.
Oh yeah, the rabbit folk are they're really neat.
Yeah.
Okay. See, there's
like
so much stuff on Infinite that I don't even know about all of it.
Oh yeah,
that's new.
I really like.
You.
Yeah,
sorry.
if you know where you might start by checking it out is the PaizoCon Infinite Community Mega Bundle, which is a great deal. The other thing I really like about Infinite is a lot of the support that has come for both old and new adventure paths. I really like playing in adventure paths. I really like running them, but it's a big commitment, right? So I know when I talk to my friends around the gaming table, like, here's a thing we're going to be committing the next year or 2 years of our lives to playing, and the fact that I can look at Pathfinder Infinite and find little things to help make that either easier to run or more interesting for parts as a player that I want to delve into a little bit more. That's kind of neat to see. As an example that isn't mine, I was just seeing the other day that there's an expansion for all the megafauna available for the Quest for the Frozen Flame Adventure Path. I'm like, oh, that's really cool. I would want to be able to dig into more of that story and that kind of feeling. So the fact that you can take a thing that you're already committed to using around the gaming table and then getting more of it and being able to get some of the stuff that allows you to expand it, all the better. The things that let you take some of the older adventure paths that we have, Hell's Rebels, and be able to pull those forward by providing PF2 rules for them is really great to see. It's a really great way to see some of the older stories that Paizo has that are just awesome but aren't up on the new rules, and be able to pull those into the new rule set. So those are really cool to see.
And to be clear, you can publish new Pathfinder First Edition material as well. The only requirement of publishing gaming material on Pathfinder or Starfinder Infinite is that it has to be compatible with Pathfinder or Starfinder, but we're not specific on which edition. In 20 years, when we're on, whatever edition we're on, which will still be first edition Starfinder and second edition Pathfinder, not a promise. The people don't like edition changes. I just, but this allows you. This allows you to continue expanding on a rule set that may not be getting the official support that you would like, or as Ron said, to take an old AP and bring it forward to the new rule set. You could go vice versa too. If you say want to run Extinction Curse in first edition, you could create a Pathfinder Infinite product that would allow people to do that. So
even if you have to take every instance of Zolgath, cross it out, and write the word troglodyte above it.
Well, that's true. In first edition, they were separate creatures, and then we said, "That's silly.
Yep.
Let's make them the same thing because that's not confusing at all." Another thing that I've been excited to see are art packs. Artists who have put up art specifically for other publishers to use. So while Paizo has put together the art asset packs, we've got gender bent gods. So if you want to create, a product that's all about female Caden Kalia, maybe is what, or keep the same names. I don't. Kate. Do they keep the same names, or do they have a gender switch?
They have the same names.
They're keeping the same names.
It's just new art.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you're a divine deity, you can really appear however you want, right?
You can do whatever you want.
That would be the best for playing with your hair, actually.
If just like a giant space moth, then she can be a dude too, right? Like, why not?
Yeah.
And so, So
you heard it here.
Those
Genderqueer
are really cool.
gods of Galarian.
Yeah, in next issue of Queer Finder. I mean, this is whatever the community wants. The community is making, and I think that's really cool. And especially specifics of the content aside. Just doing art that is specifically designed for other publishers to use is a really cool thing. And, like Ron was saying, art is really expensive and to produce. And so whether that art is coming directly from Paizo or from another Infinite creator, having those extra resources to really spice up your product is very valuable. And so I love seeing the community come together and provide those resources, not just the textual ones. Let's move on to the next
that you bring up. I was going to say, one thing that you brought up was using other Pathfinder Infinite resources, and this is actually an important point. You are allowed by the Pathfinder Infinite license to use the text and concepts, not art, from other Infinite products. So for things like the Gender Bent Gods of Galarian, you would want to buy that, which is specifically licensed for Infinite use. But if someone else writes, a prose story of two sisters navigating life in Absalom without a bit of wisdom between them, you could take those characters if you wanted and include them in your own product, and the Pathfinder Infinite license allows for that. It's specifically designed to create these communities where we're all just sort of writing content together in a big shared world.
Yeah. There's no difference as far as Infinite is concerned, whether you're reusing a character that appeared in a Paizo published book or a character that appeared in an Infinite product. The three of you may know better than I do, but I haven't yet seen that. Has anyone seen someone building and expanding on someone else's creation in Infinite yet, or are we still waiting for that to really take off?
Yes, kind of. We have two instances that came to mind first. One is Helen Savor put in her origami crafter archetype that anybody else who has ideas for origami, feel free to throw it past her. They'd love to produce more of these books and produce more of these talisman origami items in future Pathfinder Infinite releases, and will, of course, do the thing where you split the royalties and talk about how that will work or pay for them or what have you talk to her. And then another example was Alex Agunas wanted me to write some of the ethnicities in Kitsune Galarian, and I loved writing them so badly that I then went out and wrote an archetype that was entirely inspired by one of those, which, while technically that means he paid me to write my section in that book, I then, out of politeness, I didn't have to, but out of politeness, I asked him, hey, I want to write an entire archetype based on this. Do you mind if I use the name Kitsune Galarian and kind of use the sort of same cover style that you used? And he's like, yeah, cool, that'd be great. So now we have these kind of cross-compatible products where it's, an expansion of a successful Infinite product. And like, here's more.
Mm-hmm. But Vanessa, you haven't seen anyone actually use the characters from Vellum and Lace in other...
No, I would love for them to do that. That would be super cool. I want to read other people's takes on, little Crom the Halfling and Len the Half-Orc. I want to see other people use these characters and see what they do with them.
Okay. All right.
Oh, and for people listening, there's a giveaway right now. If you go to the PaizoCon official Discord, there's a giveaway right now for the PaizoCon Infinite Community Mega Bundle. So you have 10 minutes to get there and react to the giveaway post with the emoji to enter and win a free copy of the PaizoCon Infinite Community Mega Bundle.
Thank you. I'm just looking at the moderated questions here being sent to me from the fine moderators back at Paizo HQ, or their homes, as it is now the case, and did not.
Paizo HQ is in our hearts now. That's
yes, exactly. Whether we want it there or not. In the middle of the night on Sunday, just waking up in a cold sweat. Oh no, it's Paizo again. Oh.
I think I'm having a Paizo attack.
Exactly. Yeah. Go back to sleep. It's just a Paizo. It's okay. Yeah. Exactly. Okay. On to the next question. But yes, please go to the Paizo Discord, and if we can get a link to that in the chat, is there one of the mods, if we can point people to where that Discord is so they can find it to participate in that giveaway, that'd be awesome. And that's the next question from the Parlor Poet. There's a Discord? Yeah, we're talking right now about the PaizoCon Discord, or the Paizo Events Discord, that we're using sort of as the central hub for PaizoCon online. But also there's the Discord that Dustin has put together for the Infinite community, which I'm sure we'll see a... there it is. There's the link. Go to that link, and there's another Discord there where you can chat with other folks. DriveThru has their own publisher Discord that they run, and that's both for professional as well as community publishers. But that they only provide the invite to that to people who have published. So once you've published material on Infinite, or your own third-party material published under the OGL or compatibility license, whatever, if you're publishing material on DriveThru, they can get you set up with that and put you into the communities to talk to other community content creators there as well. So that's a second, a little bit broader scope Discord as well. Let's see. Flat's Pupil says, will there be support from Paizo side to integrate Infinite into virtual tabletops who are considered friends, such as Foundry, Fantasy Grounds, etc.? Yes. And I see no hands. No one. No one has. No,
I don't know.
I don't know. No one seems to.
Yeah. I did an interview with I think that was I did an interview. It was, unfortunately their name's escaping me right now, but you could check it on the YouTube channel. You could go to the infinite.net and find it, where I went over how to integrate your Pathfinder Infinite products into Foundry. There's a great article and a wiki that explains how to make Foundry modules. And how you can just release those. And frankly, it was a huge boost to sales for older products when I put everything up on Foundry and said, like, here it is. Now you could see it yourself. Just download the module, and then people will download it and be like, this is really cool. I want to see the context for these mechanics. And they'll go and, buy your book.
Yeah.
And there's more guides in the Discord of how exactly to do that and the step-by-step and all that.
Yeah, I mean, to answer the question directly, that doesn't require Paizo interaction at all in order for you to do that. I mean, if you, the same way you can download a PDF and read it on a PDF reader, you can download I don't even know what the file type is, but you can download a file that is readable by Foundry that Foundry can then put into your compendium, or if it's maps, just load in as art assets. And the Pathfinder Infinite or DriveThru system doesn't really care what file format it is that you're downloading or uploading as a publisher. So it's possible, if you know how to build those modules, that you can include those as part of the purchase that someone's already making. The way that Paizo handles premium sales of VTT content involves getting a code and going to their site and downloading that, so it's then locked to your user account or your license of the software. And that's not necessary. You don't have to go through that step if you're just providing people the file that they sideload into their instance of the game. So there are guides for it. That's between you and your customers, I guess, if you want to provide that content. It doesn't really involve Paizo at all. In terms of,
but it sounds cool.
It sounds cool. It's beyond my technical capabilities, that's for sure. But that's why I don't work in the tech department.
But that's why there's the guide you can follow.
There's the guide I can follow, yes. I'll add that to my list.
People who know a lot more about it, who are willing to jump in and help out. I mean, that's part of the community nature of this. There's people who know all the different elements.
And there is another Discord just for producing Pathfinder 2e content modules on Foundry. And there's links to that in my Discord, and they're all really helpful. There's
an app for that, isn't it? There's a Discord for that.
Yes. That's right.
Yeah. Anchor 89 says, I have Office 365. Would that work, or should I look into better software? And if so, what are some of my options that are recommended? Office 365 is the
Microsoft Word, Excel.
Yeah, and that's all I use. You need nothing else to get started. If you want to make it really graphically very pretty and interface in a lot of ways, you'd need more. But getting back to the idea of just get something down and out there and get started, it's just fine. I feel like
if
the thing that
text in columns with an illustration here, maybe half-page map there, you can do all of that in Word. And the templates we provided should give you everything you need to make it look nice. And then you can expand from there as your familiarity with the software improves, or as your, if you have special things that you want to do that Word can't technically do. There are certainly growth or other programs you can use that provide more graphical options, but Word should be
Affinity.
Yeah,
I'm a big Affinity fan myself.
And if any of these are going to have, the whole process has a learning curve, right? And I feel like one of the things that Infinite does really well is that you can take the learning curves in pieces. Okay, first put something in Word, export as PDF. Then you do the learning curve of figuring out, how do I actually create my account, my creator account? How do I get this uploaded? Oh, what does the screen to set up a title look like? And how I set the price. And then, this is what it looks like when it goes live. And this is what it's the first time you do that. It's a learning curve. I feel like too many people maybe get themselves caught up with, all the different things I need to learn how to use. I need to learn how to do a whole layout program, and I need to learn how to do the Pathfinder Infinite setup and so on. You can handle a lot of those things in pieces, and that's probably the best way to learn how to do this. Just get started.
And I spend a lot of time when I'm looking at sales reports and things like that from Infinite, where I can see like the in-process, like non-live products before someone has hit the, actually make this public.
Oh.
And there are so many people who just put up a product that's just called test product, and it's like a blank PDF, or it's a PDF that's just test going, did this work? And then they delete them, or they replace that with the actual product once they have that, and that's okay. Like, there's nothing wrong with doing that. It's expected that you're going to learn the tools, and nothing can't be undone. If you accidentally go live with your "does this work" product, one, it's probably not going to sell particularly well. But two, we can always remove it.
5-star review, yes.
Exactly. Hey, can you hear me now? Yes, I can. 5 stars. It's no one who is working on the platform, for myself or the folks at DriveThru, are going to see that and get upset. We want to see people doing whatever they need to do to learn to use the platform. So don't be afraid to jump in. And if you put something up that's against the rules, or that doesn't work right, someone will tell you. And like Dustin said, you can make changes. If someone says, "Hey, all of your images are upside down," you can go, "Whoops," and you just correct them and you upload the new version, and that's it.
Yeah,
and that's good. So we've got time for about. I think we're running low on time, actually, and I wanted to give each of you the opportunity to talk about a project that you're particularly proud of on Infinite, something that's either a new release or just your favorite thing that you've got up. So I wanted to start with Vanessa on that one.
Great, thank you so much. The thing I'm most proud of is Vellum and Lace, which I've name dropped a couple of times. It is a work of serialized fiction, and what that means is that we release a new episode. It's kind of like a chapter, but a little bigger. We release a new episode about once a month, and it follows these two sisters who live in the city of Absalom and are getting into and trying to get out of all sorts of trouble. The first prologue bit, episode 0, called Moving Day, is part of the super big, fantastic mega bundle. And look at that beautiful cover art by Sheppy Rodriguez, who is just a Pathfinder artist veteran. He's done so much work for Paizo. And we really wanted to have the Paizo feel. Again, you don't have to get artwork commissioned, but you can if you want to be fancy. And you can instead just use a lot of the Paizo art. But we're really proud of this project. Our prologue is about to go silver. We have enough sales. We're just waiting for the website to notice us. And we are and we should have episode 7 releasing soon. So we have 6 full episodes out, plus the episode 0 prologue, and then episode 7 coming soon. And I think you'll really like it. It's pretty exciting. It has a lot of interesting interactions, fun characters, and even a good old like Pathfinder style 4-person party adventure right smack in the middle of the book.
Great.
Or the story, I should say.
Okay. Dustin, what have you got for us?
Well, my latest release from yesterday is Dullahan of Galarian. When I saw Book of the Dead come out, I was reminded of a project I did making headless ancestries, and Book of the Dead did such a great job making these really cool rules for undead PCs that I wanted to revisit that. So it has both a heritage and an archetype. You could mix and match, use one or the other, to make yourself a Dullahan or some other type of headless undead with special rules for like Nuka-Kubi or Chian-Tian. Plus a ton of lore for information about the a demigod of Dullahan, or all these different Dullahan that have been mentioned in sidebars throughout Pathfinder's history that I've been able to expand on in this yearbook. And I think it's really fun. I had a great time writing it, and it's been going. People have been reacting positively to it over the last 24 hours. So. Yay.
Is it in the Mega Super Ultra Uber bundle?
No, we asked people not to put in their newest releases because bundles.
Yeah.
But it probably will be there with one for Gen Con.
If we do another one. Okay. All right, good. And Ron, last but not least, what have you got?
My latest project of 5, I have not done a lot of individual projects. I try to do ones that are sort of bigger and more useful. I've got the boosted bestiary, and this is in many ways the opposite of Vellum and Lace, which is a delightful story. This is sort of a brutally utilitarian product, and this is what it's got. The bestiary monsters are really neat, but they are at one specific level and they do not scale very well. So I solved that by taking several monsters, a whole bunch of monsters, and then I scale them at a bunch of different levels. So, for example, Basilisk is a level 5 creature. It's great when your party is right around level 5, but what if you want to have a fight with a Basilisk, but your parties are lower or higher level than that? Well, this has got a Basilisks from level 2 all the way up to the Basilisk Granite Colossus at level 17, with a little bit of introductory flavor text for each of them to tell you about Basilisk's life cycle, or, hey, the two-headed sea monster called a Behemoth, right? That's only at level 20. Well, what do little ones look like? What's their life cycle like? All right, well, here's a whole bunch of stats for weaker ones. And this
Is that a
also
mini-mall?
sort of... Behemoth, hatchling, larvaling, I don't remember what the earlier one. But it also sort of functions as sort of a sneaky NPC guide, too, because I've got a couple of humanoids that are in here, like the Tengu Sneak. All right, well, now you've got Tengu rogues at a whole bunch of levels up to the very highest level, Tengu assassins and guild masters and things like that. And oh, well, you like your tiefling tiefling wizard. All right, well, the one in level 3 in the book. How about you've got sort of tiefling wizards that go all the way up in level? So the boosted bestiary takes a bunch of monsters. It's got more than 200 stat blocks for creatures that you already know, but presented at a lot of different levels.
Great. Well,
Awesome.
Thank you, everyone, for sharing your insights into Pathfinder and Starfinder Infinite. Thank you for the questions from the community and for all those who are watching now or on VOD later. And you can find Pathfinder Infinite at pathfinderinfinite.com and Starfinder Infinite likewise at starfinderinfinite.com. And check out the various Discords and other stuff. We will be answering questions for a little bit in the Paizo event Discord. If you have additional questions that have come up as a result of the conversation, or you think of something, later when you're doing something else, and we'll try and answer those for you. And we're always around. I think our social media handles are a good way for us to go out with. Again, I'm Mark Moreland, and you can find me on Twitter at Yoda8 with the numeral 8 in my head. Yeah, that's where I am. Ask me your questions. You're up, Dustin.
My name is Dustin Knight. You can find me at Twitter at Warlock Kitsune and everywhere else as Kitsune Warlock.
I'm Vanessa Hoskins, and you can find me on Twitter at Ninja Cat Vanessa.
I'm Ron Lundeen. A lot of my stuff is on the blog for my third party, which is Run Amok Games, runamuckgames.com. I'm also occasionally on Twitter at RPG Ron Lundeen.
All right. Thanks again, everybody, and enjoy the rest of your PaizoCon. Bye.
Whoa! What's all this? I was thinking I could play as an Eldermon trainer. It's one of the new classes from Roll for Combat's Battlezoo Eldermon book for Pathfinder and 5e. What the heck is an Eldermon? They're ancient elemental creatures. Like this cutie. This is Squirrel Ash, a fire Eldermon. There are over 160 different kinds.
No way. I've already got the adventure and all the encounters prepped. I'm not changing all that to add these things in.
You don't have to. The book has an easy random generation system, plus guidelines for how to integrate them into any setting, whether you want to tie them into the story or be completely hands-off.
Okay, but doing all that just for your class is ridiculous. What about the rest of the party?
They can befriend Eldermon too, and even duel each other for fun, but only the Eldermon trainer and elemental avatar classes can use Eldermon powers in combat.
Yeah, no, I'm not running PvP Eldermon battles on top of regular combat.
Oh, no, we can duel without you. You can take a break, get some food, kick back.
You said it's on Kickstarter? Hang on, I'm pledging right now.
Next up on Third Party Con, the Roll for Combat and Battlezoo Bestiary Keynote.
Roll for Combat!
Hey everyone, welcome to the Roll for Combat keynote address. I am Stephen Glicker. I am the owner and publisher of Roll for Combat, and joining me today is the director of game design, Mark Seifter.
Hi everybody, welcome to the keynote. Let's talk about new products and upcoming ones.
So we are going to go through what is coming out now, what is coming out later this year, and then maybe one or two secrets. So that is the overview. So let's get right into it. So here we are, the Battlezoo future products, Battlezoo product lineup for 2022, 23, and beyond. Well, since it's already past 2022. Yeah. So first up, I just will give a real quick overview. This is what we currently have out now. Some of these are in the process of being finished. Or will be out very soon. The only one that's actually not out is Strange and Unusual in the upper right-hand corner. But for those of you unfamiliar with Roll for Combat, you can find all these books at battlezoo.com. And we have Battlezoo Ancestries, Dragons, where you can play a dragon. And all of our books are, by the way, for 5e and Pathfinder. We have the Battlezoo Bestiary, which has the monster part system. If any of you saw our little talk about that on our Roll for Combat channel.
If you didn't, it'll be on Sunday at TPK during the seminar block.
Mm-hmm. And we have another book, and we're going to talk about more about this in a little while. It's Battlezoo Bestiary, Strange and Unusual, which is the follow-up book. We have Jewel of the Indigo Isles, which is a huge adventure path we're going to talk about a little more. Indigo Isles Character Guide, which is out now, which has all these brand new ancestries that are native to the Indigo Isles. We also have new familiars. We have a whole system on the religious system of the Indigo Isles in the world of Alucard, and that is called The Balance, and that was actually written by Vanessa Hoskins, and it is awesome. You guys should check that out. And that's out now. And on top of that, you can download the JSON file for Path Builder 2e. So if you want to use these ancestries in your, 2e games quickly and easily, you can do it. And then, of course, we have Battlezoo Ancestry Year of Monsters, which we are right in the middle of. So we're going to get right into it. So
that's right. One note, which is that when it comes to Indigo Isles, our submission to the TPK sort of free demos is a Indigo Isles demo of the first chapter of the adventure path, which also comes with the Path Builder JSONs for the character guide and some pre-generated characters and even more digital assets, lots of good stuff.
Comes with everything you need, and you can find all of that on battlezoo.com. So for those of you who are interested in Jewel of the Indigo Isles and have been watching this book because it came out on Kickstarter almost a year and a half ago, and we've been working on it ever since. Well, it's been a long, almost 2 years, really more like a year and a half, but it's done. It's actually done. It's out. By the time you're watching this, you can go to battlezoo.com. You can get the Pathfinder 2e book now. It is finally completely finished. It's an epic adventure written by 3 all-star Paizo adventure authors. We have Ron Lundeen, Patrick Rennie, Linda Zayas Palmer, and myself and Mark, are also in there as well. It's a 216-page, that count might change slightly.
What you mean 416 page?
416-page. I wish it was 216. I wish it was 216. I would have finished it last year. A 416-page adventure path. It is massive. It goes from levels 1 to 11. It is gargantuan. It is like 258,000 words. It's basically pretty much the same size as a 1 to 20 level adventure path that Paizo would put out. It's only slightly smaller than Kingmaker, just to give you an idea. And it's not...
Here's a question for you, Stephen. Yeah. What percentage of the length of War and Peace do you think it is?
At least a third.
Yeah, it's almost a half. War and Peace is 587,000 words.
It's big. I think of it. It's almost a Sanderson novel. That's how I think of it. Although that's not true because Sanderson novels are like 400,000 words. But this thing is big, and it's not big because it gives you a lot of fluff. Because I've seen big adventure paths. It's big because it gives you a lot to do, and it gives you a lot of options, and it really explains every area. One thing that we're proud of is that we have all these sections on what happens if the characters lose. Because I've actually never really seen that in an adventure ever before. So we go through and explain how do you continuously run an adventure path, which is one long story. And if the characters lose, how do you keep it going? So we have all this detail, all this information. We have multiple gazetteers. So if you just want to take pieces of this adventure path out and put it into your world, it takes place. A lot of people have asked this, does it take place in Galarian? It actually takes place on the Indigo Isles, which is a chain of islands very similar to Hawaii. So you can put it anywhere. You can put it in your world. You can put it on Alucard, which is our world. You can put it in Galarian. Wherever you want, it will fit right in. And also, people ask, do you actually have to play these parrot people and these pixie people and these leshy people? And the answer is no, you do not have to. These are the default ancestries for our world, and it takes place on a pirate island and the city called Rumplank. And it starts off, and again, you can download the first adventure, level 1 adventure, completely for free at battlezoo.com today. You have to find a treasure map. That's it. That literally is the first page. First page is boom, find a treasure map. Go. And it just starts the adventure. So you can play anything you want. But
yeah,
it is
just in that region of our world, those are some ancestries that are there. Our world is very diverse and has a lot of different ancestries. It's not humanocentric, but if you are running a humanocentric, maybe just that island chain in your world is a little less humanocentric for the NPCs, but you can bring in humans. No problem. Also, apparently, Way of Kings is 383,000 words, so we're like 2/3 of the biggest Sanderson novels here.
Well, there you go. It's it's big. It's pretty big. That's why it took so long. But I'm pretty proud of it. There is a 5e version. 5e version should be out very shortly after. And right now, you can actually buy it now, and you will get levels 1 to 7. So you actually get, it's 3 main adventures, and you get the first 2 adventures, and those are out now. So the final adventure will be releasing soon, and you can get this at battlezoo.com. And I know a lot of people have been waiting for this, like a lot of people. So look for that. And anyhow, I just wanted to show you some of the artwork, because we have Jared Blando, who is one of the best cartographers pretty much on the planet, and he did all the maps for this, and oh boy, does it show. If you're not familiar with his work, you can go to Blando. I don't know if it's jblando.com, but you can just look up Jared Blando and you can find his maps. He does a lot of maps for 5e. So if you play 5e games, you'll be very familiar with this. I think he did all the Dragonlance maps recently.
I believe so.
Yes. And then here we go, is just to give you an idea. We have pretty much almost every single NPC and every single monster is illustrated. So
nobody does this. Yeah. Even if the monster's in the bestiary, Steven illustrated it again, and also all the NPCs. I was blown away by the fact that he decided to do that. So you will get a lot of great art in this.
Yeah, you get the biggest bang for your buck, and that is why this thing is just jam-packed. Because I've seen adventures where it has maybe like 20, 30 pieces of art. We have hundreds and hundreds of pieces of art. I can't even count how many maps. There's enough to last you quite a while. It's our own mini Kingmaker, if you will. So anyhow, look for that, and it's out right now. Now we have upcoming products for 2023 and beyond. So we're going to go through some of the products, and some of you might be familiar with these because this was in our Kickstarter, but we have updates as to these products that we talked about last year in our Kickstarter. So first up, we're going to talk about the Battlezoo Ancestry Year of Monsters. Actually, Mark, you could take it because you're the one who writes these. So why don't you talk about it?
That's true. I write a lot of stuff, not Indigo Isles, but a lot of the other things that we're putting out. So for Year of Monsters, we have currently released Slimes, which lets you play an intelligent slime, and Doppelgangers, which lets you play as a Doppelganger PC. And we're going to have the Stheno ancestry, which is a Medusakin, as you can see in the art over there on the right side, coming out in March. Every month, you get, depending on which one you purchase, you get the digital assets and the PDF, possibly also the Foundry module if you got that one. And we have little design streams with the people who are part of the Year of Monsters who bought the full Foundry plus PDF version, where we're going to talk about it, we're going to update it, and then we're going to make a compilation at the end that is longer. It has a little bit of extensions for each ancestry, except the ones that hit stretch goals that are going to blow out to double the base length, where the base length is around 6,000 words. That's still much longer than a Paizo ancestry normally has, which gives us more room to talk about society, culture, more feats, so that you can always make sure you have enough feats for all of the different feat levels to give you some more options. That's what we're doing in Battlezoo Ancestry's Year of Monsters. There's 9 more, because there's one for each month during the year. But these are just the 3 that are announced what their order is. We have not announced what the order of the remaining 9 will be.
Mm-hmm. And one thing I wanted to mention is that we're going to go through, there's different options. How it works is every month we release a new ancestry, and they're both for 5e and they're both for Pathfinder. And January Slimes, February was Doppelgangers, next month will be Stheno. But we also have, if you get the Foundry version or the hardcover version, we have what's called the design stream. And we've actually sat down with anyone who ordered it, and we have a private stream, and they give us their feedback, because when we release the hardcover PDF and book at the end of the year, hardcover on PDF, that'll be interesting. At the end of the year, we're going to update some of these ancestries with feedback from the community. So we're going to continuously update and modify them. So it's actually something you're going to get to help develop if you purchase that, and if you're interested in helping us out. We also released, because a lot of people are interested in this, a PDF only version at battlezoo.com, and I'll go through that in a second. Just to let you know, no matter what version you get, you always get the digital assets, and you can see those in the bottom, which is tokens and pictures of all the ancestry, so you can use that in your own games. And you always get the Path Builder 2e JSON files, so that you could very easily put these into your games. And people have been asking about Nexus, and we're going to look into Nexus. You know, if there's anything for 5e that we could do this for, we'll do it for 5e. But right now, it's going out on Foundry VTT, and then eventually it'll go out onto Roll20. But since we release this every month, it's going to have to wait until the final year-end book. But we do have one big announcement, and that is Nymphs. What happened with Nymphs?
So, Steven talked about the fact that we're now doing a PDF-only version. That sort of got started working together with Inc., or also known as Luck Panda, one of the moderators from the Pathfinder 2e subreddit, where we put out a pledge to create the PDF-only version of Year of Monsters, and that succeeded, and we put it out there. And so now we continually will have a PDF-only version. The pledge price was a little lower for the people who pledged, but it's still significantly less than getting the Foundry VTT version as well. And also, they hit a mini stretch goal in the pledge to double-sized nymphs. Now, demons and gremlins, and I think Oni, but I'll have to check, have all already got some expansions during the Kickstarter pledge, but nymphs didn't. They were like almost about to. So now everyone, from Kickstarters to pledgers, from the new thing to just, if you buy it right now, we'll get to experience the supersized nymph thanks to that Pathfinder 2e subreddit pledge drive.
Yeah, basically what we did is that things like the nymphs and the demons, we're going to release a normal, it's like 10 to 14 page version at the month that they come out. But then at the end of the year, when the actual book comes out, we're going to expand them and we're going to add more to them. Right. So these books, the final book will be full size. It's going to have all the notes from our development streams. It's going to have supersized ancestries. Demons is going to go to 20 plus pages. Nymphs is going to go to 20 plus pages. as you said, Oni, and I think Gremlins are going to go to 20 plus pages. So
basically, it'll go from 6,000 words as sort of the baseline to minimum to 12,000. And some of these are already more than the minimum half size because they were just long enough already, but they will be expanded to fill out the double size with your ideas on the design streams.
And that's something we're going to do, is that as, you know, we put out, you know, a lot of people asked for a PDF only version. And again, this was kind of an experiment. I know a lot of people, especially in the Pathfinder space, use Foundry, and Foundry allows us to actually roll out content on a monthly basis. So we did something with Foundry with the Year of Monsters, and it worked out really well, but obviously a lot of people still don't use Foundry and just wanted the PDF. So we added this new club, and the club was so successful that we gave everyone the supersized nymphs, and now you can get the PDFs only. So if you want, these are the options. If you go to Battlezoo.com, you don't worry if you're late to the party. You can join now. You'll still get everything. You can get PDFs, Path Builder 2e JSON files, and the digital assets. So that's like sort of the low tier. The middle tier is you get all that plus the Foundry VTT module, and you get private development meetings with me and Mark. And then the highest version, which is you also get the hardcover book. So you don't miss out on anything. All 3 versions, you get 13 PDFs or books. So you'll get the actual ancestries, 1 per month, and then the final book at the end of the year. So, and the book is probably going to be like 220 pages at this point. So it's a good deal. I mean, the price is almost what you would pay for a book, and you get a lot if you look at it over 13 plus PDFs, meetings, digital assets, everything. We try to give you a lot of bang for your buck. And it's just fun to have something to look forward to every month. And it's been massively successful, to say the least. So, and by the way, for those of you curious, this is all the ancestries. You have doppelgangers, intelligent weapons, demons, mimics, minotaurs, gremlins, slimes, nymphs, oni, dungeons expanded, because we actually did dungeons last year as a joke, but we're expanding it so you can
it's
play
out for free on Battlezoo.com.
The
non-expanded one.
The non-expanded, but you can play more dungeons and more coolness and Setho. So all of that you can get right now for both 5e and Pathfinder at Battlezoo.com. Next up, Battlezoo Master Strange and Unusual, with our new logo, by the way. I had the logo updated as opposed to the one that I did real quick. So anyhow,
it is stranger and a little more unusual.
It is more vibrant. I actually had a professional do it as opposed to me doing it in Photoshop. So the Strange and Unusual Battlezoo Bestiary is nearly complete. We have in this 150 plus award-winning monsters from the RPG Superstar from 2021. It's actually been a little while, but it takes a while to do these books. Inside this book, you'll find new rules for the monster part system. Again, we went through the monster parts system on our channel, and you'll see it again if you want to see it on the TPK stream on Sunday. We have new imbuements, which are new powers if you're going to use monster parts to build weapons and armor and stuff. We have new archetypes, we have a new background, and this will be a hardcover book and a PDF, and it's out for Pathfinder 2e and 5e. And do you want to talk about some of the new stuff? Because now, when we did the Kickstarter, this was all just up in the air. We didn't actually have this done. But now it's done, and it's written, so we could talk to it.
We could tell you what they all are, except the backgrounds aren't in here, but they're just a few backgrounds. But the new archetype is Aberrant Soul. And we don't know exactly what it's going to look like in the 5e conversion quite yet. My guess is rather than being a subclass, it may be a feat chain like the Monster Mage and the Vestige Hunter were before, but it might be a subclass too. We'll ask our 5e converters that. Aberrant Soul is this guy Zan over here, where some aberrations, strange and unusual things have been touching his mind and himself. And so he's slowly turning into an aberration, gaining powers, but at what cost? And you can see his arm there is a little bit tentacular. And then there's new monster parts crafting rules. There's refining rules for staves, so that you can get your staves that you kind of level up, and they level up along with you when you put in your monster parts. You could always build the basic staves from the core rules just using the basic refining rules, but those are very one and done, and they don't really have the sort of monster part progression that you get with these refining rules. And there's new imbued properties, which include spiked, mirrored, elongating, throwing, and all of the remaining elements from the 13 Eldermon elements, which we'll discuss later in the keynote, that were missing from the original Battlezoo bestiary, which are air, darkness, earth, light, water, and wood.
Oop, got Earth in there twice.
Yes.
Well, we got Earth, so we like Earth so much, we put it in there
We like
twice.
Earth so much, but we're the only ones who do. I think Earth is one of, like, Earth and air are ones that people don't like as much.
Really? That's weird.
Yeah, surprisingly, I think air is people's least favorite element.
Huh. Well, now you're gonna like it
Speaking
because
of which, we have up a survey for people's favorite element.
That's right.
and
That's
we're
right.
Figuring it out.
That's right. We'll talk
Earth
about.
and air are basically tied at least favorite.
Oh, really? Wow, that's so weird. Well, you know why? Because no one's done, I think, Earth and Air justice. I think that also fire and lightning just sounds so cool.
They do.
You know,
They're always popular.
I know.
Actually,
Fire.
all of our other ones are really popular. It's surprisingly close on a lot of them, but air and earth were just noticeably lower.
Really, air elementals are like the best elementals.
I like air and earth.
I know.
I wasn't expecting.
I think
that.
earth elementals are the best too. Actually, I think fire and lightning are boring when it comes to elementals. But you know, what do I know?
We're gonna make fire and lightning pretty interesting. I already have some ideas for how lightning can be different than it's been done before to make it a really interesting play style. But we'll get to that when we get to.
We'll get to that. So anyhow, if you bought the first Battlezoo bestiary, which is out now, you had two new archetypes, and that was the Monster Mage, which is basically the Blue Mage from Final Fantasy, and the Vestige Hunter, which allows you to take parts off monsters and craft them or graft them onto your gear. This Aberrant Soul is a little different. He's actually becoming a monster, so he's like part monster.
It's a little stranger, a little more unusual than the other two,
Yes.
which kind of fits with the theme.
And as for the book itself, because this was part of our Kickstarter, this is almost ready. So this is not the final cover. The cover is actually being updated. The PDF for Pathfinder 2nd Edition should be out by next month, and that's March 2023. It's being laid out right now, and that's about what? We got 6 weeks, so I think I can finish it in 6 weeks. I think that's more than enough time. We have just some graphics being made. Other than that, it's pretty much ready to go. The 5e
it's gonna have to be copy fit. That's gonna copy fit on a monster book always takes the longest because every
6
single
weeks.
page
They got
has to
6
be
weeks.
its own thing.
They got 6 weeks.
It won't take 6 weeks.
It
We're
won't
gonna
take
make
6
it.
weeks.
We're gonna make it. There's
5e
work, but we're gonna make it.
5e monsters are getting made right now, and that will come out shortly after. What we do is we actually use the bones, the layout of our our Pathfinder books, and then we actually put all the 5e content into our books. So that's, in case anyone's curious, we always come out with our Pathfinder books first, then our 5e, only because the layout works a little better that way when we do it. So the 5e version will be out shortly after, probably April, if I'm to guess. But the PDFs are going to come out right away, and then it goes off to the printer. So we'll have the book out. Usually it takes about 3 months after the PDF. So March, April, May, June. So sometime this summer, the actual hardcovers will be out. Definitely in time for Gen Con. So the hardcover comes with the PDF for free, by the way. So if you buy the hardcover, you'll get the PDF as soon as it comes out, and then the hardcover will get shipped to you. And you can get that, of course, at battlezoo.com. And people have always asking, are you making a Foundry version and Roll20 version? The answer is yes, we are going to be making those. And I think you can, I don't know if you can buy the Foundry version yet, or you can't buy the Roll20 version because you can't really pre-order Roll20, but those are going to be worked on, and those will come out. Usually they come out about a month or so, month to 6 weeks after the PDF. So usually the order is the PDF comes out, then the virtual VTTs, and then the hardcover. So that's our usual cycle for those who are new to Roll for Combat. So be on the lookout for that. And that brings us to what people probably are more interested in is announcements. Ooh, so this is new stuff. Some of this is stuff you might have heard, but with updates, and some of this is brand new. So let's go to the first
If you've
big
been
one.
listening to everything we've ever said, you probably know all but one of these things.
Okay,
But,
that's true. But the first big one
But there's a big one.
is everyone sort of seemed to know that RPG Superstar was coming out. In fact, I actually saw someone on the Discord said, "Oh, it comes out in March." I'm like, "Comes out in March? Who said it comes out in March?"
Nobody said that, but
I
it's
didn't
right.
say it comes out in March. They scooped me. Well, guess what? It comes out in March. So yes,
They use psychic powers.
they
to
did.
scoop you.
They did. Someone figured it out. Well, anyhow, yes, RPG Superstar 2023. I did announce this last year, Battlezoo Bestiary Elemental Storm. We didn't have a cool logo, though, last year. But this year we have a cool logo. And let's talk about this, because not everyone is familiar about what the heck RPG Superstar is, especially people who are new to Pathfinder. So I'll give a quick update, and then you can jump in, Mark. RPG Superstar has been around, I think, since like 2008 or something. It's actually been around quite a while. Paizo ran RPG Superstar for about 10 years, and it was this multi-tiered contest where you would have to create like magic items and monsters and encounters and all these things. You had to do a lot, and it went through multiple stages. It was so much work for Paizo that they stopped doing it. So I asked Paizo if we could take it over, and they said yes. And the first and the second Battlezoo Bestiary are results of the RPG Superstar contest. How the contest works is that starting in March 2023, so sometime in the next few weeks, we're going to open up submissions. And you could, in theory, start putting, you can actually start now if you want. You would go to RPG Superstar and you create a monster. RPG Superstar is a site that allows you to build monsters for Pathfinder 2nd Edition. It's actually very automated in the sense that it'll give you the guidelines and the structure of how to build monsters. For example, if you wanted to build a striker versus a melee versus a spell slinger, things like that. You build the monster. You have to have it within 500 to 600 words, and that the actual site will give you a word count. So your monster has to fill that. And then you could submit up to 3 monsters. Each monster has to fit a theme. Our first RPG Superstar, there was no theme. It was whatever goes. Last year's, or 2 years ago now, Strange and Unusual, which that was it. That was the theme. It was just called Strange and Unusual, and it was whatever people thought was strange and unusual. And we got some weird ones in there. This one is called Elemental Storm. Now, there's going to be a new field in the RPG Superstar called Elements, and you'll be able to select one of 20 elements. And every monster has to be aligned to 1, 2, or 3 elements. No less than 1, no more than 3. We'll go through and give you all the elements. They'll be listed on the site. What does that mean? It doesn't mean that they actually have to be, I don't know, like you can make a monster that might have the fire element, but that doesn't mean they're made of fire. It could just
they're not always going to have to be a fire element.
Right. It could just have they have a fiery personality, so they have fire in them.
And some of these are not ones that have elementals, because the concept of elements from Battlezoo Eldermon, which is what is being connected to Elemental Storm, includes music as an element, or space.
Right.
So you could, if you have a fae who likes to play music and you associate them with the music element, that's going to work out.
Yeah. So that's this year's theme, is that all your monsters have to have one of these 20 elements associated with it. And again, these elements, some of them are weird. We have like time, space, death, life. You don't have to, should not be elemental monsters. It's very important. If you want to make an elemental monster, you can. But it's more that these creatures or beings are attuned to an element. Now, you can enter up to 3 different monsters, and we'll have the whole timeline. Once the submission timeline has passed, voting is done by the public. So anyone and everyone can go through and vote. And we have several categories on how you rank the monsters. You'll get a couple of weeks to go through this. It's usually a lot of people talk about it. It's very active on our Roll for Combat Discord channel. People like to compare notes, and we make it's very public. So many people vote on these. It's okay. You can promote your own monsters. I have no rules against that. You can talk about it with people. Like, you can pretty much explain and talk about your monster and promote it as much as you want for people to vote for you. And by the way, you can't do anything like automated voting, things like that. That's all blocked in the site, and that is a violation of terms. But other than that, talking about your monster and having people look at it and vote for it, completely allowed. After that, we tabulate the top winners from the first round. So, for example, I'm just using an example of like 500 people submit monsters, or 500 monsters are submitted, and we then take like the top like 200 or so. And then those are then ranked using the same system by professionals. And in the past, those have been people who work at Paizo, myself, Mark, Linda Zayas-Palmer, Patrick Rennie, people like that. And so I think we're going to mix it up this year since we're a little bit more popular now. And I actually want to try to get some people with 5e experience into the voting, even though it is for Pathfinder 2nd Edition. And so many people are trying to learn Pathfinder 2nd Edition right now. This is a good opportunity. And then finally,
we figured out some ways to do that because just to tell you, if you're going to enter in here, you're going to be judged on 4 major categories for your monster, right? Which are 2 of them are ones that kind of require some Pathfinder know-how to do the judging, the abilities and mechanics, and the threat balance. But the other 2 are going to be writing style, which, can be judged by anybody who has a good sense of writing style, and also on the overall concept, which includes having an original monster and adhering to the theme of being part of the elemental storm, like how you connect to your element. And so there are ways that we can have people who may not be as much into knowing the exact threat balance of Pathfinder be able to judge for the concept and the writing style.
And then finally, the winners are paid and you're published in a future book. So a lot of people are pretty excited because they get their name. And actually, if you look at Battlezoo Bestiary, it has your monster, it has your name, it has the prize you won, so you can, bring it out and show everyone. And there's also area where you can give us information on your artwork. Some people have actually even submitted mock-ups of their artwork, and I actually took the mock-ups and gave it to the artists, and some of them are pretty much identical, actually. Some of them came out almost the exact same as what they did, only we had our artists do it. And I know a couple of people actually took those pictures and made them their profiles on like social media and stuff. So it's pretty fun. It's a fun process. And the reason we do this is not only does it come out with a pretty cool book that, we can bring out 100+ winners every year or every other year whenever we do this contest, but if you want to become a professional, this is where you start. Okay, you usually start by writing monsters. This is the best place to start. This is where I started when I started working for Paizo, and monsters require you to know a lot of different types of rules, and they're not too complex, but they're also a good litmus test to see how well you can create something that works within a system. Plus, you are very limited on space, so you have to do a lot in a little amount of space. So it's definitely one of these things. I know everyone who enters the contest, they're always like, oh, this is easy. And then they start writing the monster, they go, oh my God, this is so hard. I'm like, yeah, that's right, it is hard. And that's, eventually it does get easier the more monsters you write, but that's kind of the point, is that coming up with monsters, but then having them exactly fit 500 to 600 words and yet be cool and not be too complex and so forth is really tricky. But if you want to be serious and you want to get into this, professionally, even semi-professionally, this is where you want to start out. And this is why we actually do this contest. So this is going to be launching in March, in a couple weeks. You'll be able to go to rpgsuperstar.com. You can check it out now. I don't know if we will have the updated monster builder out by the time you watch this. It should be within a day or so. I'm just doing some final testing. And then if you want, you can start your building your monsters now, because the way it works is you build monsters, and then when the contest is open, you submit them. So you could just submit your monsters whenever you want. So there's nothing to prevent you from building monsters now. You just register for the site. You can build as many monsters as you want. You can make them public so people can look at them and talk about them. You can make them private. And then when you're ready, you submit them and they go into the contest. And that's it. You have anything more to add to this contest?
No, I mean, I think that's basically what we're up to.
Okay. So next up, we have Battlezoo Eldermon. So for those of you who were part of the Kickstarter last year, this is our upcoming book where you can become an Eldermon trainer or an elemental avatar, where there's these little creatures called Eldermon, and they are one with the elements, and you can find them and befriend them and have them hang out with you. It's like a cool pet system, but for 5e or Pathfinder. It's similar to that game called Somethingmon. I forgot, Elamon, Zogamon, Pokemon. I can't remember. Anyhow, Battlezoo Eldermon. It's going to be a hardcover book and a PDF. We're aiming for 162 unique Eldermon. There's going to be 2 brand new classes in this book. It's going to be the Elemental Trainer. Sorry, the Eldermon Trainer and the Elemental Avatar. Every type of Eldermon has their own special attacks. It has utility options for each element.
So the elements have special attacks and utility options, and then the Eldermon can pick those up.
Mhm.
So there'll be special attacks and utility options for fire, and then all the fire Eldermon can use those.
And then there'll be an Eldermon primer, which is going to go through what they are and how do they work. And we actually have a bit of the primer out. If you pre-order Eldermon, we have a sneak peek of the primer where
It's
you could
even
actually
a little bit of a play test that we would love people to try. It lets you sort of encounter and befriend them. They don't have any mechanics to them right now, but you can still have them flying and walking around near you, and you can talk to them if you want. We just want to make sure that it's unobtrusive and easy to add the collection method to your game in a way that does not disrupt anything and can be added to any game. Because some people were worried, I can only use this if the entire game is just going around catching Eldermon, and you don't even really catch them, befriending Eldermon. But we wanted to make it so that that was not true, and that you could just do your completely normal game just as you would without having a big disruption by the Eldermon trainer finding Eldermon, because they're added into places where they would naturally fit using tables or the GM's discretion if the GM wants to get involved.
Yeah, and there's actually an Elderdex which will help you in game collecting. And if you pre-order it now, you get the primer, and it has all the Elderdex entries in there for the Eldermon that are out now.
All the common Eldermon from the 10 base elements.
That we have
so that
now.
is a total of 30 Eldermon that's in there out of the 162.
Yes, but I will tell you, we have been working, and Mark's seen them. We are working on the Elderdex entries for the uncommon and rare ones. They
we've got some great art.
Yeah, they're getting close. This one's getting closer and closer. So the big news, if some of you might have missed this, is we are almost ready for the Eldermon Avatar class playtest. Now, Mark is going to be in charge of this. So, Mark, you talk about this because you know more about it than I do.
Sure. So here's where we're at. We're hoping to start that playtest by the end of March. That's what we're hoping to hit. Obviously, we've got every single thing that we said during this entire part about future products all said March, so we'll see. But
I think there's a lot coming out in March.
Because there's the RPG Superstars in March, and there's going to be
Stenos in March, Battlezoo Destiny, Strange and
Unusual, which is going to have copy fittings. So we'll see. There's going to be a lot of things coming in March, but I am hoping to hit by the end of March. I still think we can. If not, beginning of April, it won't be a big deal. We're going to put out the Elemental Avatar class. And people might be like, wait, this is the Eldermon book. Why is the Avatar coming out first and with 2 elements out of the 13? There's a very simple reason for that, which is that when you want to playtest something, if you've ever worked in system design or things for computers or game design, you want to make sure you playtest each piece as separately as you can to make sure that they each work as you're building up to the bigger part. The elemental avatar is a simpler expression of the elements than the Eldermon trainer, because you don't have to get into collecting a bunch of Eldermon. You have the elemental powers within you as an avatar. So the best way to test whether the elemental special abilities that we talked about before work is to try them out on the elemental avatar first. And we want to hone in on the core chassis and not like write 13 elements, each of which will take a long time to write before we're sure that it works. So I'm writing 2 because let's say we just did ice or just did fire, then we might not know if the reason why it works or doesn't work is only because there's something wonky about one of the fire abilities, say. So by having 2 elements that are different, we can make sure that the core chassis works by stress testing it in 2 different use cases. And then once you give your feedback on those 2 elements and elemental avatar, our goal is going to be, we're going to iterate out more elements and add in the Eldermon trainer as the playtest expands over time. So my guess would be, like, for instance, depending on how much needs to change based on if everyone loves the release in March and there's not many changes, then, you know, maybe by the end of April we can get more of it out. But if there's needs to be a lot of changes, maybe that's in May. We'll figure it out and we'll let you know based on what the feedback we're getting. It's going to be sort of a living playtest with updates. We'll try not to make the updates happen so often that you get overwhelmed and get playtest fatigue, and we'll just try to make it so it's cool and exciting and gives you more to play with and more to let us know about. And so if anybody who pre-ordered, including on the Kickstarter or just on battlezoo.com, you'll be able to get into like the quasi, it's like not open playtest or closed playtest, it's sort of in between hybrid playtest, because it's not going to everybody, but also it's not just like in-house. If you pre-ordered it, you can be part of it. So I call it a restricted playtest.
There we go. It's a restricted playtest because we want people who are actually interested in the book and invested to actually playtest the classes. So that will be coming out hopefully by March, and then we'll continuously expand it. And then after we finish with the Elemental Avatar, pretty shortly after, we'll have the Eldermon trainer. So this will be something Mark is going to be working on full-time very soon.
Yep. I'm trying to finish out some last your monster stuff, plus we're going to have the copy fitting for Strange and Unusual so that I can only be working on Eldermon, because this is big. It's got a lot of like lengthy sections that'll take multiple weeks to do, and so I can't be like switching back and forth into a lot of different projects too often, or it might impact the time. So I've been very careful. I've done a lot of scheduling and planning to make sure that I can go dive deep into Eldermon and be working with all of you during the playtest to make it as awesome as it possibly can be.
Yeah, and the artwork has been worked on to date, because believe it or not, the artwork still takes longer than the writing, like way longer. Yep. So as long as the artwork continuously gets worked on, it probably will all end at the same time. Next up,
the goal.
We have the Eldermon Battles card game. I have not forgotten about this game, but this game is going to be directly/indirectly based on the Eldermon themselves. So we
directly. It's directly based on the elemental abilities. So the critical path is that you guys in the playtest need to tell us how the elemental abilities are. And whatever elemental abilities you can use, like the special attacks, if there's a Firestorm special attack, then we'll have a Firestorm card in the card game that you can use. Because part of the goal of the card game is that it can be used not only for standalone battles, but also to sort of be a stylized representation of having your Eldermon that you actually brought from the RPG fight against each other. So we need to have the same abilities in both. That means that the card game is sort of definitionally on the critical path after the RPG version.
But we are working on this. The good news about card games is they don't take that long to print. Unlike books that come from China, they usually take 3 months. Card games only take a few weeks. So hopefully we'll be able to get this one out sooner rather than later. But this is in the pipeline. And for those who don't know, we have season 1, which is going to be Fire and Ice. It's a living card game, which means it's standalone. You don't have.
So it's technically not a living card game because there's somebody who owns living card game.
Fine, it is a card game that exists in its own world that's standalone. It's
Yes.
a quick and fun game. It can be played in like 5 to 10 minutes. We have multiple ways to play it. You can play it competitively. You can play it solo. You can play it group. There's a lot of ways that are going to be able to play this, and we're going to have pre-orders are going to be invited to a private play test for this as well. And you can order. Right now, you have to order all 5 decks at once. That really has to do with just how we're printing and shipping. Eventually, we'll break out the decks, but right now it's just you get all 5. It allows you to mix and match, but you only need 1 deck if you want to play with 2 people. Like if you get a fire and ice deck, one person can play fire, another person can play ice, but you can mix and match them. If one person wanted to play water and someone else wanted to play ice, they can. So the game is very flexible. And for those who are wondering, we are also talking about having it come out onto retailers. So hopefully this will become kind of a big deal. It won't be just a little game you can play, with your friends, but maybe it'll be something that will get into tournament play, and it will be something that you'll actually see in your local game stores as well.
I'm very excited by that possibility.
Yeah,
I feel like there's a future for expanding it more, depending on how well things go with that.
Yeah, I mean, we're planning on it. We're planning on expanding it more, but right now, it's one step at a time. We have to get the Eldermon done first, and then the card game. But we actually have the first season, which will be Fire and Ice, and then there'll be 5 decks. One's Fire and Ice, the other one's Winter Wonderland, Spring Awakening, Summer Heat, and Autumn Flurry. And you can see each one has different elements. So, for example, if you get the Spring Awakening deck, you'll get cards for water and wood. So, Summer Heat, you have Force and Lightning. So, each one will get you different types of cards to play. And of course, we have the plushies. People have been wondering; they're pretty much done. They've been printed. The problem with China is that they recently had their New Year's, and like China's closed during New Year's, and they had a gigantic COVID outbreak when they took out all the restrictions. So all the Chinese publishing and printing got heavily delayed. But for those of you who pre-ordered these on Kickstarter, these are the plushies. They're awesome. I got some behind me. They're super cute. Here we got the little squirrel, if you can see me in the little corner here. Whoop, there we go, little squirrel. And they're done. We're just waiting for them to get shipped onto the boat. So I think we'll have them out pretty soon.
Awesome.
And finally,
the secretest secret of the secrets.
It's so secret that no one knows this. This has never been announced, ever. And I'll be honest, we're not really announcing anything yet. But we are announcing, and you'll find out more if you stick here. You subscribe to rollforcombat.com. Sorry, you subscribe to Roll for Combat on YouTube. You sign up for our newsletters. Just, stay on top of it. And you'll find out about our new book that is coming out this year. That's right.
The announcement is coming later this year.
Yes, the announcement. And this will be a brand new, never-before-seen content with new rules. We're going to have more information coming out shortly, but the goal is to actually have this book come out this year. So we're trying, now we've come out with a couple of these books. We're starting to get into a rhythm. And obviously for some of these books, we come out with the Kickstarter and then we write the books and then they come out. But now we've been doing this for a couple of years and we have sort of the mechanisms in place that our goals are to actually have the books come out very close to when either a Kickstarter ends or when we announce the books. So you won't have to wait a year.
So when Steven says the books, I think he means the PDF version, because obviously you then have to print it in China. So it would be like our hope for this, and obviously this one is in very early stages. We're not directly doing like the later stage stuff on this yet. We still have all of those other things that we said. But our hope would be like the PDF in, I would think, Q4 of this year, if we can. And then that would mean if the books take 3 months to come from China, then maybe Q1 of 2024 for the other one. But I mean, we'll see.
Yeah, this is similar to like Ian World does this. I think Legendary Games does this. I know Ian World does this, is that they'll do a Kickstarter, and then they put out the PDF like 1 to 2 weeks after the Kickstarter's done. Legendary Games usually does the same thing. They usually put theirs out a few weeks after the Kickstarter's done. So when we're ready to talk about it in more detail, we will have a releasement date probably like right after we announce when it's going to come out. So you're not going to have to wait a year, hopefully, or a year and a half, like some of these products. And again, that's just us now doing this for a while. This is our second full year in existence publishing. And obviously we're more popular now, and we have means of distribution. We have a ton of artists, ton of freelancers, 5e team in place, the Foundry programmers in place, a Roll20 person in place, testers in place. So now we're ramped up and ready to go, and we can start.
And not only that, just crucially, this is a product that is one product. Whereas last time the Kickstarter was so many different things, that is part of why it takes a while to make them, because you can't put all of your site and planning and artists only on one book if you have that many that are coming out. But if you have one, you can focus fire.
Yeah, we're going to actually try to come out with, instead of, I've been doing very large books and very big Kickstarters, I'm going to try to do smaller ones and actually have more things come out more frequently instead of try to bundling them together. Again, this is just us learning and figuring out how to get things
Try
done.
things out, see what happens. Now, I know some people have been having guesses to what this book is even before we announced it here, just based on reading the newsletters and trying to read the tea leaves and put them together. So it'll be interesting to see people's speculation about this mystery book.
Yeah, we'll see. But here's the thing you need to know. It's all new. So you can speculate, but if you're going to speculate on things that, well, okay, it's not all new. It's 99% new or 95% new. It's new. It's new enough, but it's not going to be like, oh, they're taking this and redoing it. Not really. You'll see. It's new. We always come out with something new. Anyhow, with that, we're going to end our keynote. Thanks everyone for viewing. Once again, don't forget, March is the month. It's March Madness, I guess. I didn't think about it, but it really is.
I thought of it as being like that because of just how many things were in March.
Yeah, I didn't think about how much was in March. But
that's the main reason why I always want to say we're aiming for end of March for the Elemental Avatar, only because we are hitting like 4 other things in March, and if we have to, we can always move the playtest to
well,
early
Steno
April.
is done.
Yeah.
So I don't have to worry about that.
That's good.
The
Battlezoo
Bestiary.
Another thing we have to get done in March is that we need to have the April one queued up as well.
Yeah,
so there's a lot in March.
Yeah. Well, well, and on top of that, I'm trying to finish also, if you really want, Indigo Isles for 5e should probably be done in March too.
Yeah.
So we could have Indigo Isles for 5e. We can have Steno for 5e and Pathfinder. We can have RPG Superstar, which is definitely starting in March, by the way. So don't worry about that. And we have Battlezoo Bestiary Strange and Unusual. So subscribe, like, join us, go to our Discord channel. Just go to discord.rollforcombat.com. We're always talking about what's going on there. People are always discussing all the new products, and we have a great community there. It's over 3,500 people strong. We also play. People keep asking, where can I find a Pathfinder game to play? We play a ton of Pathfinder at our Roll for Combat Discord. We have Play by Discord. We have hundreds of games constantly signing up and going on. And these are usually society games. So they're quick and you can play with anyone. And if you're not familiar with society, that's a whole other subject. We can get into that some other time. But you can build a character and then play with anyone and then take your character and play with anyone else. It's a lot of fun. It's really cool. You level up fast. It's great for learning Pathfinder because you can change your character when it's level 1 to however you want. So if you're new to Pathfinder, you want to learn, this is it. And of course, if you want to get published, RPGSuperstar.com. There you go. Have any final words, Mark?
Just look forward to all of the wild and unusual things that we're doing in 2023 and beyond, because we're always cooking something up at Roll for Combat and Battlezoo.
Yes, and as he said, if you want to get any of these products, just go to battlezoo.com And if you have any questions, come over to the Discord. Mark and I are there all the time, and everyone's surprised that we answer the mail and like, wow, you wrote me. I'm like, yeah, there's not a lot of us here full time. I answer most of the mail personally, so you'll get to talk to me. Anyhow, with that, have a good con, everyone, and we'll talk and see you guys later. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, this is James Beck from Eldritch Osiris Games. Eldritch Osiris Games is built on the foundation of giving voice to creative authors who don't normally have a roadmap into the publishing industry. We push for as a diverse set of voices in the company as we can, regardless of a person's identity. Part of the foundation is equality, with every person in the staff having an equal say on all important decisions the company makes. Being one of the first TTRPG co-ops, we are here to set an example that a workers' equality is not only possible, but instead become the industry standard. Basically, we're a group of nerdy friends who want to publish work for people to enjoy.
Next up for Third Party Con, the keynote by Eldritch Osiris Games.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to Eldritch Osiris Games.
Welcome.
Oh, I can hear myself. That's great. Yeah, hi, everyone. We are Eldritch Osiris Games. Well, we're just a few members from it. We're the ones who've been bringing you all those PDFs that you've probably seen around Twitter. I did not rehearse an intro. I probably should have. But yeah, we are super, super excited to be here. We are announcing and going over the future plans of EOG. We are really, really excited and nervous, and I hope everyone has a good time. This is in support of Third Party Con, a convention that we helped organize and sponsor, and you can find a bunch of free material over on the Third Party Con website. You can go to, I believe, tpk.com, and you can find all the cool stuff there. This VOD will be up on that website, so if you happen to miss it, and you're from the future, hello, 2 days from now. Yeah, without any further ado, I say we hop right into the announcements. Welcome to this keynote. I am James Beck. I am the creative director and manager over at Eldritch Osiris Games. Who are Eldritch Osiris Games? It's a great question. I can hear everyone asking. We're basically a group of nerdy folks who really, really love Pathfinder, and we want to publish as much Pathfinder 2e content as possible. We swear we're not a hive mind. I keep getting told we are. I'm not sure, but, you know, you got to do what you got to do. Our first announcement is that we now have merch. You could now get Eldritch Osiris Games merch over at bit.ly/mercheog. You can get tons of new shirts. They also come with options for like mugs, stickers, hoodies, a ton of phone cases if you have an iPhone or certain types of Androids. You can kind of get anything you want from EOG from there. It really helps us. And in addition to all that, we can also, we are also going to be uploading new designs. Our lovely internal artists, Victoria, who will be presenting here later, Quinn, and a few other hands helping us out, getting us more Pathfinder 2e merch because we need more Pathfinder 2e merch. Our other big announcement, well, in the litany of upcoming announcements, is that we now have an EOG Discord. You can now talk directly with the staff. You can chat about anything TTRPG or just kind of hang out. You can go to bit.ly/Discord EOG. We are making sure that everything is running up and smoothly, and we've been working really, really hard to make sure that this server is looking really good. With that, I'm going to pass the mic off, and we get to learn all about what projects are currently going on in EOG. I'm going to hand it over to Matt.
Hi everybody, Matt here. The first thing that I wanted to talk about tonight is Monstrous Beasts, A Guide to Frienddom. Our Kickstarter, which launched last November, was an absolute success. We raised over $9,000 in just a month, and we've got a whole boatload of content planned for this book from authors within EOG, as well as 15 guest writers, many of whom have either written for Pathfinder 2e publications or Paizo staff themselves. The first thing I wanted to talk about tonight is the Crabfolk ancestry, something that I had written up personally. This group of tight-knit individuals comes together as a rare ancestry. They've got plenty of heritages and feats, ranging from the hermit crab, the desert crab, and the bottom feeder, in addition to a whole load of feats based upon their crab-like abilities, such as regeneration, claws, and water-based spells. Next, we have the Metamorph class, one of our stretch goals that we managed to reach back in November. This class combines a lot of shape-shifting abilities and an excellent stance, which gives you plenty of unarmed attack options. The next thing I wanted to talk about is our class expansions. We've got an additional druid order called the Dragon Order, in addition to, I believe, 3 barbarian instincts. My favorite one of the 3 has to be the aerial instinct, giving you a set of wings whenever you rage at later levels. And of course, we can't talk about Monstrous Beasts without animal companions. We've got over 24 new animal companions ready to join the fray, in addition to new incredible options and specializations. Quite notably, we have the owlbear, quite possibly one of the most iconic animals in Pathfinder 2e, coming to you as an animal companion with a very terrifying screech ability as their advancement option. In addition to that, we are going to be including new archetypes such as the spirit animal archetype, as well as expansions to the cavalier. We're giving new archetype options such as the horse archer, which is going to display a type of weapon style that we haven't quite seen on the cavalier, which is going to be dedication towards bows and archery. We have a bunch of new creatures coming up for this book, which I will be showing you on the next slide. And in addition to that, we've got 2 new adventures, one of which has already been planned out, where an ether spider needs a new home. It found itself residing in a forest, and your group of adventurers is going to need to help it out or put it to rest. Next one. So here is some of the artwork that we already have for the book. We plan on getting artwork for all of our new creatures and creations, but this is a small sample. The Macrati is a 3-headed construct with plenty of acid, fire, and electricity damage ready to destroy some unsuspecting adventurers. The Ashcat exudes a permanent cloud of smoke around it, both giving it concealment while simultaneously poisoning those daring or foolish enough to get close. And finally, the Pox Frog's many eyes cause unsettlement in those who enter their gaze. It can inflict those that it bites with eye pox, a dangerous disease that can leave its victims stupefied for up to a month. And finally, here's some more artwork that we have. We have the Crabfolk, as I already displayed before. In addition to that, the Kruth joins the fray as one of the new options for the Animal Instinct Barbarian. And finally, the Gatorfolk, one of our other stretch goals, is an ancestry made by the Space Jamber, which is going to be another exciting option. Be careful if you get too close. They've got a powerful death roll. I'm going to pass it to Marcy, who will be talking about the Metamorph.
All right. So right at the top here, we can see our the iconic character for our Metamorph class, the Gripply Ogon, who uses they/them pronouns. So we can see here transforming into a sort of dinosaur feathered velociraptor type creature. I'm really excited about the Metamorph. I think it's a really interesting, fun take on the shapeshifter niche. This is going to be a purely martial class. It centers around a primal aspect, which is this stance that they can enter that gives you one or more of a bunch of different choices of these passive benefits, like increasing your speed, granting you new speeds, granting you resistances, and all that kind of stuff. All the sort of things you would expect shape-shifting into different creatures. Primal Aspect also gives you a special unarmed attack that has a bunch of different stats that you can choose whenever you use it. So you might try a claws attack, or realize the enemy is maybe resistant to slashing damage, and without missing a beat, no need to draw a new weapon or anything like that. Just immediately change tactics to slam them with a tentacle or a gorilla fist to deal bludgeoning damage. Like I said, this is going to be a purely martial class. No proper spell casting. We may explore giving them things like optional focus spells, kind of like the ranger and the monk class. But by and large, this is a totally non-spell casting shapeshifter. The class also gets free skill feats, one of its class features, to represent more permanent shape-shifting. Things like you might give yourself claws to dig into surfaces, or sticky fibers like a gecko to gain the combat climber feat, make you better at climbing. If you are more focused on constructs, you might replace the muscles in your legs with pistons to gain the quick jump feat. All kinds of things. There's sort of a set list of skill feats that you'll gain access to, and you are able to swap them out a lot quicker than normal feats. So this class is really focused on being versatile, having a lot of utility, and being able to change tactics very quickly. And then, of course, your subclass. You focus on a specific creature type or a sort of thematic collection of types. You might focus on animals and beasts, like our iconic Ogon, or you might be more interested in plants and fungi, or constructs or oozes. And all of these subclasses, most of them will grant you a bunch of new options for benefits you can gain in your primal aspect stance, as well as giving you that creature type while you're in primal aspect to represent you taking on those features into your body. Of course, there's also a subclass, a physical distinction for humanoid creatures, which is a little interesting. Obviously, not all characters in this class will be humanoid themselves. But even for those that are, the humanoid class called the Face Changer gives you a lot of interesting benefits for subterfuge and social actions. It expands the list of skill feats you can gain, as well as giving you once an hour innate spell to cast humanoid form and transform yourself into any kind of humanoid you might want to pass off as. And as I said earlier, a subclass for fungi plant creatures called the Verdantalist. Some of the examples of benefits that the Verdantalist gives you, you get, you might take Tremor Sense to detect hidden enemies in combat, get a climb speed by growing vines and thorns, or you can increase your unarmed reach, similar to the first level feat that Leshies get, increasing your unarmed reach at the cost of lowering the base damage of your unarmed strikes. And then, of course, similar to the Gunslinger class, the Metamorph class focuses very heavily on unarmed attacks. They start with a high proficiency in unarmed attacks and unarmored defense, but on the flip side, they are not proficient in armor or weapons, and in fact, like the Gunslinger, their proficiency in all weapons is capped at one step lower than their unarmed attacks. Which also lets us go really wild with what kinds of sort of offensive and defensive ability we can give them, because we know that it's hard to stack you can't stack it with weapons and stuff like that without losing a lot of accuracy, which means we can really go wild in giving them really interesting, flavorful, and fun abilities to use with their unarmed attacks and all the different abilities that their shapeshifting gives them. And that's the Metamorph class, and I will be handing it off to, I believe, James with some of our smaller projects.
Thank you so much, Marcy, for giving us that great insight into Metamorph. As somebody who has seen it, it is looking absolutely incredible, and I am super, super hyped to finally be able to play Mystique from the X-Men, as well as live out the Animorphs dream that I know everybody has had. Just to touch on a few of our small books, just because we're working on the upcoming big books does not mean we are leaving you without anything for Pathfinder 2e. We are going to be releasing tons and tons of new material as we continue on. We have like such fun titles such as Touched by Fiends, which is a follow-up to our other Eldritch expansion, Touched by Celestials. So we've done Asimar. Now it's time for the Tieflings to shine. We are going to get a follow-up to Symbiote, written by Arid, who will also be presenting later in this, but also written by a friend of the channel, Archon. We are going to get Secrets of the Arcane. If you thought that there was enough arcane magic, well, clearly there wasn't, because we actually wrote a lot for that book. It is currently in layout, and it is looking fantastic. We have a litany of other stuff, such as Monday Monster Volume 3, because Volume 1 and 2 did really, really well, and we are absolutely in love with everything that team keeps sending us. And with that, why don't we start talking about our ongoing projects? These are our projects that we are working on in the background that will take longer for us to develop. Eventually, you'll see them in public either via a Kickstarter, a crowdfunding, or whatever shenanigans may or may not happen in the future. But these are our projects that we have been started working on in late 2022. We have been talking about them for a while, and yeah, I'm actually going to pass it off to Luigi, who is going to be talking about our first book, as I make sure OBS is working with me. And all yours, Luigi.
Hello, everyone. My name is Luigi Lisa Gonzalez, and I am one of the writers of Eldritch Osiris, and I am also the executive art director of the company, which means that I am one of the responsibles for our new brand identity. This beautiful aesthetic that you see in the books, it's because of a team that I work with. And I also am in charge of yelling at James every time I don't like something that I see. This time I will be leading the next Kickstarter project called the Book of Arts, which lets you unleash your imagination with a full of character options for every class, representing both the beautiful and the sublime. This is going to be a crowdfunding fueled project filled with cultural expressions of all kinds, such as fashion, painting, music, poetry, theater, sculpture, you name it. So let's see this in the next slide, some of the things that you can find here. For example, you will see the drawing versatile heritage for those elves, humans, pengus, or any other ancestry that wants to be created from an illustration instead of being born. In that case, you will be able to play as like an idealized version of your culture or your community, or maybe a horrifying version because there is some beautiful horror art out there, or maybe something more cartoonish. It's all up to you. It's a very versatile heritage. We also have subclasses like the Perfumer Alchemist, which specializes in aura effects that may buff your allies or debuff your enemies, the fashion-oriented Garment Thaumaturge, and the Imagination Oracle, who can bring their thoughts into reality at the cost of getting lost in their own daydreams. We also have archetypes like the highly mobile dancer, which fits like alluring moves, battle dance, choreographed spell, and ending pose. And we also have the battle-scarred warrior poet,
who records their experiences in combat and uses those experiences and those records to create magical effects. We also have a bard class archetype for every tradition other than occult, so you can expect things like a chanter or a tree singer, and a myriad of new items like alchemical perfumes, magical tattoos, cursed paintings, and many more stuff. Also, we're going to include a full reinvention of the first edition bardic masterpieces. This time they're going to be represented as consumable scrolls, English, that anyone with a certain proficiency in performance can use to create huge blood-bending events. And just so you get a little teaser about the masterpieces, I'm going to tell you some of my favorite names so you can try to guess what their effects are about. We have the Cloud Waltz, the Elegy for the Death of My Son, the Song of Natural Reclamation, and the Enactment of a Death Foretold. And finally, some of the stretch goals of these projects are going to include tons of illustrations by artists of many different styles, and real poems and music sheets based on the masterpieces. So that's all for now, but you can expect more news about this in the future. Thank you.
All right, I guess it's my turn to step up. Hello, I'm Aaron. I am the resident math person and assistant in foundry needs for Eldritch Osiris games. And I also write for the co-op. I guess to kick off my side of things, I've been working on this project called the Book of War, kind of a somewhat a smaller companion piece to the Book of Arts. This will cover a different take on the settlement / kingdom building management simulator that you might see something in the Kingmaker adventure path. Something that's a lot more connected to the Pathfinder 2nd edition system itself, rather it being a system agnostic, isolated system. To begin with, I will be going much more in depth with the structures and the sorts of like settlement qualities that you can create as you expand your settlement. For example, we have a series of traits and architectures that you can assign each of the structures that you build, such as the personnel, magic, and alchemical traits. And then we have the opulent, imposing, and rudimentary architectures. And between those, you can really get a nice fit for the kind of settlement that you're going for. Beyond that, I'm a fan of real-time strategy games, and I'm also a fan of war games, like some of you may have heard of Warhammer. And I like to be able to customize and create these armies that I can then use to sort of play out a much more in-depth battle that is normally not offered as a like standalone system within Pathfinder. So that is going to be the next subsystem, is this sort of mass combat, and how not only will that interact with the troops and the platoons of these like massive armies, but also how do the heroes lead these armies? How does the party fit into this sort of grand scale combat? And of course, since the system is being made, we're going to make a troop bestiary to really expand the sort of underutilized troop subtype of creatures in Pathfinder. They're an amazing tool to sort of bring up the weaker creatures in the bestiary to still provide a threat to your party. Beyond that, we will have the archetypes based on the military roles. So we get things like the war mage, and then we're thinking about a weapon master archetype, someone who's just themed around using as many different weapons as possible, the ultimate switch hitter. And there's going to be a few more that that we'll keep to ourselves for now. And then beyond that, we have items surrounding this settlement building and large-scale combat. So we will be vastly expanding siege equipment, and then, of course, providing some new weapons and shields to perhaps your troops might be able to use. We can go to the next slide to take a peek at some art and the names of some of the things that we're working on. And of course, we do want to mention the Warlord made by Archon. It's a fantastic class, going back to things like 4th edition, and allows you to help out your companions do better in their combat scenarios. So we can go on to the next slide and take a look at another passion project of mine, rune casting. So I myself am a fan of Vancian casting and the different kinds of casting that you can find in Pathfinder 2nd Edition. However, I always thought maybe there could be something more, something just totally sort of breaks the status quo for Pathfinder. And so thus began this idea of just completely getting rid of spells and spell slots entirely and sort of replacing it with a skilled casting based system. Some people call it word casting. There's some other names for it, but essentially it will be built around, say, rolling an initial skill check to see how well you perform the magic that you're trying to do, and then the magical effect occurs. So you may try to launch out your bolt of earth and stone at your enemy, and you may perform it so well that you actually automatically heighten it to the next tier. Yeah, and so it will be split up into a hierarchy of first runes, of which there are 15. I can leak a few of them, such as cold, flesh, light, gravity, and void. And each of these runes has a set of basic techniques. For now, I'm sitting at around 3 to 5 basic techniques for each rune. And then from there, as each class progresses, they will unlock access to the greater techniques of the runes, and then eventually the major techniques of the runes. Of course, since every single spellcaster is built around spellcasting, every single spellcaster will have its core class features and many of its feats totally rewritten. It's quite the undertaking, but I'm confident that we can still retain each of their class identities while still adapting them to this new resourceless system. And I already have an idea to sort of fill in many of the feats that will be lost due to spellcasting being dropped out, and that is combination techniques. It's where, say, oh, I want to take cold and combustion to make some sort of steamy fog effect. That would be an example of a combination technique that you would take as a feat, probably lower level. And that way you can sort of build your own casting style throughout the course of your character's progression. And we can go to the next slide and take a peek at some sample art of some more of the runes that we're thinking about. And yeah, I hope you guys look forward to that. I will pass it on to Vic.
You know, I was staring at the mute button, getting ready, and then I forgot anyway. Anyway, my name's Vic or Victoria. I am a writer at EOG, and I also contribute a lot of art as well. And Blood of Rivals is the project that I'm directing. Very excited about it because it's focused on two of my favorite things about TTRPGs. religions, and planes. So this book is going to be pretty ambitious. First of all, we're going to be adding a lot of new lineage feats for Planar Scions, so Asmar, Tieflings, Afrites, and Gonzi. So there's going to be a variety of abilities that will allow you to emulate the specific abilities of specific planar beings. So for example, there's one of them that emulates the Thana Demon's focus gaze and basically allows you to demoralize people with a gaze attack. That's just one of the probably 15 or 20 that I've written. And so those are super exciting. Next, Aftermath feats. I've written several Aftermath feats that are tied to specific encounters with planar beings like Solar Angels, Nabasu Demons, and that will basically allow you to create characters that have really clear ties to those planes and those planar beings without necessarily being a tiefling or being an Aasimar. I love Aftermath feats because they're basically built-in storytelling. So I had a lot of fun writing those. Let's see. Next. Oh yes, the homebrew deities. I am writing a completely original homebrew pantheon that is going to span a variety of deific focuses that you can use in a homebrew game. Maybe you don't want to play with Galarian for some reason, and you want to have a pantheon of new gods that represent different things. So I'll talk a little bit about an example of those here directly. But in addition to the deities, there will also be new pantheons, like the ones that they have in Galarian, new paladin oaths, new religious orders. Yeah, deities are hard to write. They're hard to come up with on the fly because they're complicated. So yeah, really excited to kind of add to that library of material for you guys to use in your games. And finally, angelic, demonic, axiomatic, and anarchic character archetypes. So maybe you don't want to play a tiefling, maybe you don't want to play an Aasimar, but you want your character to be, let's say, imbued with the specific power of a plane. Maybe you want a character that really just exudes lawfulness or exudes chaos. Those archetypes will allow you to build that into your character without having to just be like, yeah, I'm kind of crazy, woohoo! Like, you literally have that chaotic energy built into you. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. I want to give you a little bit of a peek at the deities. So here's a couple of the deities that I have written. These are their holy symbols. It's Grianne the Smolder Mother and Irislag the Immolation. They're actually siblings. Grianne is a goddess that focuses on agriculture and essentially the productive parts of fire. The ways that fire can help foster life. Irislag, the brother, is more emulates the destructive parts of fire and the ways in which you can use fire to cause damage to things. Yeah, so super excited about them, and there's going to be many, many more. So let's go to the final slide. Here's just a few pieces of art that that I've contributed that kind of give you an idea of what kinds of things we're looking at. In particular, the Pit Fiend, Halfling, Tiefling. You know, there's lots of different kinds of fiends, lots of different kinds of celestials, and I'm hoping with the art that we kind of are able to illustrate literally the differences that you might have from a tiefling who's descended from a Battlezoo versus, you know, a Thana demon. They look different. they're going to look different. So that's just kind of what we're going for with that art. So that is me done, and I will pass it off to the next presenter. Thank you for listening.
Well, that brings us on to a current passion project that I've been working on, Creatures of the Night. It is a project that I've wanted to work on since Book of the Dead, and we are super, super excited to be bringing it. It is going to be a little bit farther down the line than some of these amazing other projects. I am super excited for everybody. But Creatures of the Night will give us expansions on all of the stuff that has to do with undead or, you know, creatures you typically find in your horror tales. Think of it kind of like a fun little expansion on Book of the Dead. You're going to have new stuff for Changeling, Dampier, Flesh Warp, Fetchling, Skeleton, Reflection. We're going to give you a whole bunch. And because we know you love skill feats, you're going to get more occult-based skill feats. And we're not only talking about for the occultism skill. We're going to get a lot of cool new stuff. We're going to be expanding on all of the undead archetypes that you could find in the Book of the Dead. And then as well as we will be giving you new undead creatures. I know Paizo has published a lot and a lot of undead and a lot of horror monsters, but there's still a lot more out there. And with the help of the lovely Space Jamber, who's been helping me behind the scenes to make sure that this book is going to come out amazing, we are going to give you tons and tons of new options. If you want to go more for a Ustalav next Geb, those are all the Galarian terms I know that have to do with dead things. And yeah, it is going to be really, really cool, very, very spooky, a lot of Halloween vibes. On this next slide, we have just a few of the cool options that we're going to be seeing in the book, such as the new Lich Patron for witches, a skeleton with the Grim Reaper archetype, and the Reanimator. The Reanimator can be found originally in Book of the Dead. However, we know those necromancers still love more dead things, and hence we are going to be expanding on the Reanimator archetype. That's going to bring us to Simply 2E, PF2E, the book. Now, Quinn Stone, who has been working with EOG for quite some time now, has decided, hey, let's put this in a book. And we already released volume 1, but we are going to be getting all of Quinn's amazing work into one tome that is going to be printable. You can use it wherever you go for all your PF2E games. It is so, so good, and I am so incredibly excited for it. Quinn is an amazing artist and really knows 2E and how to explain it perfectly. If you don't already see their Monday, Wednesday, Friday posts, you can go to simplypf2e.com where you can see a ton of free resources for your Pathfinder 2E game. I'm so hyped. I can't just keep it in anymore. Now, we at Eldritch Osiris Games would be nothing without our collaborations. We work with a ton of awesome people daily to get us a bunch of cool stuff. We sponsor streams. We are so incredibly excited to talk about not only what we're doing at EOG, but also to let you know what our collaborators are doing with EOG. I am super, super excited. So let's just hop right into it. First is Waffles Maple Syrup. Now, we have been friends with Waffles Maple Syrup for quite some time. We have been sponsoring their Outcast and Outclassed show. It is really, really good. And we are not going to say what this title is, as it's still in development, but this is all of the hints you will get. For the meantime, we are super, super excited. I'm going to be working on this book. I can already tell a few names that are going to be on it, and I am so incredibly proud of it, and it has not even, really even got out of the draft phase. It is awesome. Moving on from Waffles Maple Syrup, our friends over at Monday Monsters have decided, with a little bit of help from EOG, we're going to be presenting Monday Monsters, a Menagerie of Menace. This will be 100 new monsters for Pathfinder 1st Edition, 2nd Edition, and Dungeons & Dragons 5th Edition. And now, technically, Project Black Flag from Cobalt Press. We are super, super excited to be bringing this to you. It has a lot of really cool creatures. You can get Monday Monsters Volumes 1 and 2 right now on EldritchOsirisGames.com. This is going to have monsters for every type of environment, level of play. All of the artwork is gorgeous, by the way. I have gotten a sneak peek at what's going to be in Volume 3, and I'm super excited. And we are also going to be giving you full Foundry VTT support for Pathfinder 2nd Edition, and depending on some stretch goals and, things here and there, we'll potentially get more and more Foundry support, as well as maybe some other VTTs. This will be an ambitious project. Monday Monsters has been working very, very hard with us to make sure that this project will go smoothly, and we wanted to show off as well a little bit of art that's going to be coming in the upcoming book. This is the Witch Willow. You can find this one in Monday Monsters Volume 2. The Enemiregia, if I mispronounced that, I'm sorry. I have dyslexia. It gets things quite difficult to pronounce. But the art is gorgeous. You can find this in Monday Monsters Volume 2. And the Wedded Beast, a zombie that has managed to fuse with its bride and husband into one. And you can find this in Monday Monsters Volume 1. I'm super, super excited to be getting you this project. Now, this upcoming book is going to be a personal favorite of mine, and this is what I've been working on in the background. This is Mech Finder. Ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary pals, I and a couple other friends over at EOG and Andrew Hooper from Lost Caravan RPG, we have been working tirelessly together to bring us Mech Finder. This will be fully compatible with Pathfinder 2nd Edition. You can use everything from EOG, from Paizo, Sinclair's, you name it, and it's Pathfinder 2nd Edition, it's going to be compatible with it. You are getting mechs. We love mechs. I love mechs. I'm a very big Pacific Rim fan. I'm super, super excited. We're writing an all-new setting to go along with it. We're going to be using something called Snap, or System Neutral Alternative Plug and Play. You can use this lore in your Lancer, your Fate, you name it. That's another mech-based game. This project's ambitious. I'm not going to lie. I am at 7,000 words in the draft, and I'm not even done. You got new archetypes. You're going to get new weapons. And we are so excited. I am freaking out about this. We are hopefully going to get a playtest document out. I first need to finish writing the thing first, and then we can get something out to the public. And it is so cool. I've been doing a lot of research for mechs recently. Luigi has been making me watch Evangelion. I'm on episode 5. No spoilers, please. This show is actually legit interesting. Gundam's up next. We are going to be introducing new creatures for you to face. Because you are a 65-foot tall mech, you obviously need new creatures to fight. So we're going to have stuff as the Constructed Pit Fiend. Just your typical stuff, that you would find in a galaxy of adventure. Pretty sure I just stole that from somewhere. Who cares? Alright, let's see some artwork. Now, this artwork was... I gotta give a shout out to Ashton Speary, or at who drew this. I saw some of their artwork on Twitter. I asked personally if we could use some to show off Mech Finder, and they sent me this. I am so proud of this. That is a gunslinger with a sniper, Ray of the Sniper frame. You also have a Cloistered Cleric frame and a Champion Paladin frame. We are giving you mechs, more mechs, and Mech Finder is going to be incredibly in-depth. Like I said before, you're going to get everything PF2E related. Meaning you're going to get Investigator mech. You're going to get a Kineticist mech. I'm going to be like Oprah, just handing out mechs everywhere as I fly by the screen. And yeah. I just wanted to say thank you, everyone, for being here and sitting for our keynote. We are going to go to a quick little roundtable, answer some Q&As. We know that you probably have a lot of questions, and we are going to try our best to answer them. And you can ask about any project that we announced, any upcoming plans, our favorite setting in Galarian, because I'm sure I can name one more. Vic will kill me if I can't name at least two. So, you know, the typical stuff. And yeah, let's go to the round table. All right, EOG. Well, we have just announced a lot of new books, so obviously we're really, really excited. How are we feeling right now? Any particular project that maybe not be our own, that we're maybe collaborating with, that we're excited to, you know, be working on?
Yeah. Now, James, before we get into brass tacks, I do have to ask if you can name one more location in Galarian.
I can name a few. I'm a Paizo freelancer. Numeria. That's
I
one.
knew you were going to say Numeria.
Numeria is the best.
That's on us. We set the bar too low.
Hey, it was a passable bar. Katapesh, Milwaukee Expanse. You can ask any
Is that
question.
how it's pronounced?
I don't know. Have someone at Paizo yell at me. But yeah, feel free to ask us any questions in the meantime. Luigi, what is going to be like another project that, you know, you're helping us with? Maybe that's not the Book of Arts that, you know, you're collaborating on, that you're perfectly excited to be working with.
Well, right now I am giving feedback on the Book of Arts and also rune casting, so you can ask about Aaron about my kind of feedback there. Also, what am I doing? I don't know, I have a long list of things that I am doing, and I had to erase my whiteboard in order to protect the NDA.
All right. Matt, what about you? What tickled your fancy, so to say?
About what? Just the whole thing in general?
Well, you're working on a multitude. Guys, Matt is a very, very busy person. Currently, Matt's been focusing a lot on Monstrous Beasts. It is incredible the work that Matt has pulled off. Let's see.
I think something that's in Monstrous Beasts that I did contribute to that I didn't mention earlier is that we're gonna have a table full of encounters filled with some of the creatures that we had, in addition to the ones already in the first three bestiaries, that will be there for, you know, GMs to use as sort of a guide in order to create some of those encounters. And I have them for low, moderate, severe, and I believe extreme as well. So you'll have plenty of options there, and they're varied too. So don't you worry about that. Other than that, I think I have to plead the fifth on my other projects. But...
by the way, Envious Demon, yes, you can ask Marcy. Can you, Marcy? The answer is always yes. We stand Marcy. I hope that's a friend.
I think that
really
was a
weird.
response. Yeah, I think that was a response to me asking if you could name a location.
Should we do this as like a trivia thing? We go around the room saying one place.
Can you name one place in Galarian?
Vic wins that.
For
That's not
$5,
fair.
name a woman.
What can I say? This is why you hired me.
That's true.
Yeah.
We literally approached Vic early on in EOG's history. It'd just be like, we need a Galarian expert, and we know that you'd fit the role perfectly. Vic, what about you? You are an artist on Monstrous Beasts and has been contributing all over the company. You also working on all the Blood of the Fiends, which will be coming out soon. Sorry, Touched by Fiends. So what about you? What are you really excited to see from EOG?
I mean, I'm super excited about Mech Finder. I've not done a lot on it, but James has sent me a lot of writing, and I've kind of injected a little bit of, I've got my fingerprints on it a little bit.
You could say you rewrote a good chunk of it. My ego could take.
I mean, I won't say I wrote it. I'm just saying.
Perfected it, maybe.
That sounds good. We'll go with
all the rough edges.
Yeah.
many rough edges.
And we also glossed over it, but I'm also really excited about the Adaros ancestry. I wrote all of the flavor text for that, and that was really fun, mostly because I got to learn all about sharks. So sharks do some cool stuff. They're shark people. If you don't know, they were in 1E, and we're going to produce a 2E version, and they're super cool. And so I can't wait till we get that out to you guys.
Shark folk always need more love.
I agree.
You should. I wish I could share the draft right now of just the. Vic literally wrote 2 pages, like filled up 2 pages on Google Docs of flavor. I am incredibly. This is why I go to. Anytime I need flavor text, it's gonna be Vic. Like, hands down. Easy go to. Alright, Aaron, you are working on a ton of stuff with the OG. I think you have your fingers pretty much in every pie.
Yeah, I like spreading myself too thin. It's just what I do. But I'm very much looking forward to Book of Arts. I love adding flavor and culture to my games, and I might buy the book myself. I like it that much. That's something that I've been keeping an eye on a lot.
If it was morally okay with me to share DMs, I would be pulling up Luigi's DMs right now of him like freaking out every time he comes up with a new idea for Book of Arts and gets to tell me about it. The passion behind that man is astounding.
It's insane.
I really think this is if I could say there's a book that feels like talking to Luigi, it's Book of Arts. It is going to be incredible. Luigi, 100%. By the way, I don't know. Just going off when we were talking about making this this keynote, and we were talking about what would be in the Book of Arts. Luigi literally said, I want the book to look like this, and it's going to have like this kind of layout, and then we're going to get these artists over here, and we want this style, and it was like, I sat there, I'm just like, no, this book is going to be insane. Luigi's book, I could tell, like, you can see when gears are turning in Luigi's head, and this book is going to be that incarnate. I'm really, really excited for it.
Well, in my perspective, art has to be challenging. It has to make you question things. It has to bring a statement. So if the book does not bring a statement just by the way it looks, then how can it be called a book of art?
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. Luigi is, yeah. Look, this is why I keep Luigi around. He's just so cool to talk with. But yeah, I don't even know what I would say is my favorite. I'm working with almost every one of you on each of these projects. Maybe
you can say Mech Finder. It's okay.
Okay, look. Look, Mech Finder, while ambitious, still has a co-writer for a reason. I still gotta help out with all these other books, and I gotta write Creatures of the Night. Like, it's one thing at a time. I am so excited. James, what is your secret to managing so many projects? Being crazy and unemployed. That is the 2 things. That's the 2 things you need.
Yep.
And never sleeping.
No sleep now.
Yeah. This machine is running on caffeine, pure energy, and honestly, a love for Pathfinder 2nd Edition and anything related to Eldritch Osiris games.
And unmedicated ADHD.
Hey, that changed as of 2 weeks ago.
Oh, there you go. And medicated ADHD.
Hey.
Now it's targeted.
What did they give you?
I'm not going to say that out loud. Well, I can't even pronounce
you don't
it.
want to
That's
share
why.
Your prescriptions with a live
No,
studio audience?
I'm dyslexic. I can't read. That's half the issue. I'm going to butcher it.
And energy drinks.
Yeah,
surprisingly, yes. But yeah, I'm so excited. And Mech Finder, while it is my passion, I think I'm honestly excited for Blood of Rivals. Vic and I had a really long conversation about what we wanted to see in this book going forward. By the way, Vic's writing speed is incredible. Wrote so many deities that I think it was at like 3 a day at one point.
Yeah. I'm up to. I mean, I've also started a new Fae court. So if you're into the eldest, there's also a new Fae court.
Yeah, I told everyone.
So that'll just be in another book, I guess. I don't know. We're just gonna have to write a Fae.
Stick it somewhere. Book of the Fae coming 2026.
That sounds about right.
Question mark.
Do we have timelines on these products?
What's a timeline? I mean,
hey, these are long-term projects, all right?
That's fair.
We have an eternal timeline, but things can get crazy, and life.
We have as much of a timeline as James does in her brain.
Kinda.
Well, if you want to talk about something else that doesn't have a timeline, we might or might not release the Adventurer's Handbook 2 in 2023.
That's true.
Yeah.
I didn't put that on there. We might, in the very near or far future, be releasing the Adventurer's Handbook 2. If you don't know about Adventurer's Handbook Volume 1, that had 30 new skill feats. It was literally Luigi's and I's first collab project, and that started well before EOG was ever opened. And getting that out was a dream and a half. And it's got tons of cool options. And I ever since that first book was released, guys, I cast message, and that's the sound it makes.
goofy little sound.
You could hear it. It's a Gears of my brain. It's just little xylophones just constantly playing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that answers all of chat's questions. I am so excited to be bringing this to everyone. And stick around for more EOG in the future, as this was just our first stream. We are going to be doing a lot more with Twitch. Matt is our Twitch director, and so I have less stuff I need to worry about, which is going to be a lifesaver. And yeah, thank you so much for being here. If you're watching this during Third Party Con, I hope your events are going well. And on the time this airs, which will be Friday, according to the TPK timeline, tomorrow will be an EOG and Legendary Games collaboration. It has Luigi and Matt, as well as my friend Dido and Hooper. Hooper is also the one working on Mechfinder. Everybody's playing mediums, and we are playtesting the first adventure and Monstrous Beasts and a Guide to Friend Them. So not only are you going to get spoilers from Monstrous Beasts, you're going to get to see Luigi's amazing class in action with some help of Legendary Games. It is already recorded, and it looks amazing. Check it out. I hope everybody has a great con, and we will see you really soon with our next stream.
Wait, before we end, I have one last thing I'm excited for, which is it was on the slide, we didn't shout it out. Weapon Masters, there's a fishing rod.
Oh my god, I totally blanked on Weapon Masters. Coming soon to Pathfinder Infinite.
Fight with a fishing rod.
Yep.
It's true.
Reel them in, baby. All right.
That had the fishing minigame.
True.
Yeah.
This is what Fishblade was all about. It was about EOG the entire time, writing that archetype. Yeah. Make all your Minecraft dreams come true.
Third Party Con is sponsored in part by Legendary Games. Legendary Games brings you beautiful bestiaries, killer classes, and character options, marvelous magic items, amazing adventures, kingdoms, and mass combat, epic campaigns, and so much more. Whether you love Pathfinder 1st or 2nd edition, Starfinder, or D&D 5e, LG's books will make your game legendary. Last but certainly not least, on Third Party Con's stream for Friday night, Legendary Games Keynote.
Hello, everybody. This is Jason Nelson, and I am the CEO of Legendary Games. And I'm glad you've come out here to listen to our keynote here. Thanks so much for your interest. We hope you're enjoying TPKCon and that you check out all of the various publishers who are doing some great streams, great demonstrations. There are also some mega bundles you can order. There are some that are available on Pathfinder Infinite. There are some on DriveThru RPG. They're even putting one up on itch.io. So check those out through the con links. We have a number of Legendary Game products that are going to be available on the DriveThru bundle. So by all means, check us out there. And there also is a fundraiser bundle for the recent earthquake in Turkey. And so if you are interested in checking out some RPG products that are doing a fundraiser for Doctors Without Borders, we should encourage you to do that as well. That is also good to be found on DriveThru RPG. We're partnering with my brother from another mother, Jonathan Nelson at AAW Games. So check out that the Turkey charity bundle on DriveThru RPG. So with that out of the way, thanks for coming in, checking out Legendary Games. So we've been around for about a dozen years. We're actually coming up on our 13th anniversary on April 1st. No kidding, it was April Fool's Day. We were founded in 2011. We started out as a Pathfinder company, and all the people who were done lots of Pathfinder products at Paizo, but we kind of broadened out our staff from there. And some of the great folks who would work with us are here on stream with us today. So why don't you all introduce yourselves? Matt.
Hello, my name is Matt Daly. I've been the author on, let's see here, Legendary Mediums, Legendary Clerics, Sentence Sin Lord. But mostly I'm known for the Star Empires line, the kingdom building rules for Starfinder, and especially the Arcforge campaign setting, a massive 8-book campaign setting plus 3 more mechanical books that delved into a bunch of wild new frontiers for future tech and Pathfinder.
Yeah, and we're going to talk more about that in a little bit. Let's see, Ben, why don't you say hi?
Hi, I'm Ben Walklake from the UK, in case you can't tell from the voice. And I am, well, a long-time role player, long-time Dungeons and Dragons player, long-time Pathfinder player, and I have worked for Legendary on some of the Ultimate series books about kingdom building that have been done over the years.
All right, James, how about you, man?
I'm James, freelancer for Legendary Games. Only worked on a few projects, but hope to do a lot more going forward.
That's right. James worked on some monster books and on some on the Ethera books for the Ethera campaign setting and some of the spin-offs there. Mike, how about you?
I am a freelancer in the opportunity. It's like been 10 years now.
It's been,
Yeah. And Legendary publishes a lot of my material, namely Hypercore and Vascavia. That was 5e2. And then also the Epic 5e line, which is great. Now I will talk about that later. And I'm deeply involved also with Ian Publishing and all their efforts with Level Up.
Yep.
And all the OGL fracas.
Yep. We definitely have a lot to talk about with that. I am Jason Nelson. I've been role-playing almost 42 years. I've been doing this professionally for be my 21st year, I guess. Legendary Games is my full-time job since 2014. I've written 80 something or so books for Paizo. I've wrote over 100 columns for Wizards of the Coast for their website. I have done freelance here and there for a lot of systems, but mostly Legendary Games has been my pride and joy, and things have really expanded well. As I said, we started out as a Pathfinder company. We jumped in with 5th edition when it came out, but we've done a lot of stuff with Pathfinder 2nd edition, with Starfinder, with Savage Worlds, even a few other game systems as well. We like to do a little bit of everything. When we first started out, we did add-on projects and expansions for Pathfinder because we had all worked on the Pathfinder Adventure Paths, and so we figured out what's more stuff that would make these adventure paths more exciting, more monsters, more class options, more magic items, all that sort of thing. And we still do some of that stuff. So some of the things we like to do are expanding our classes. Now, Matt mentioned that he had worked on Legendary Clerics and Legendary Mediums, and have a lot of product that we do in that vein. still today. We haven't stopped. We just keep on going with it. I'm going to share a screen for a second here to show off some of the covers. So we produce things not just for character classes, like you see legendary witches, legendary clerics, legendary mediums, what have you. The ones with blue borders are for Pathfinder First Edition, but also things connected to classes like legendary companions, all about your familiars, the animal companions. Margarita Tramontano did a fantastic job with that one. We also have gone back and have collected and done some, editing and fixing up a little polishing where we needed to. We had a Kickstarter last year for our legendary classes, Sword and Fit, that compiled all of our true martial classes, cavaliers, monks, fighters, barbarians, and just brought them all together in one massive compilation, which is tons of terrific character options, and all these products obviously are available wherever fine products are sold, especially on www.makeyourgamelegendary.com. But you can get them on Paizo and DriveThru and Open Gaming and on Amazon and all kinds of other places. But if you are still loving Pathfinder First Edition, we've got great news for you that, as we've often said, we're going to keep making it as long as people keep buying it. So far, people are still buying it. So we appreciate all of our Pathfinder fans out there. But we also make some Pathfinder Second Edition, the ones with the green borders there you see. We do some expansions and updates of existing Pathfinder 1 classes that never quite made the transition over. You can see Legendary Mesmer Second Edition. Vanessa Hoskins did a fantastic Legendary Kineticist Second Edition. Got a Legendary Medium. But we also do entirely brand new classes. You see the Second Edition class of the Wanderer, sort of the wandering, traveling, rogue-ish character, or someone who is just out there, mysterious stranger. And it's got its own unique style of being a success and really winning treasure, fame, and glory. And that actually is one of the things that's in the DriveThru bundle here for the TPK-Con. So if you are interested in expanding your class options for Pathfinder 1 or Pathfinder 2, then we certainly would encourage you to check that out. Matt, you worked on some of the legendary classes books. Are there any more that you really look forward to doing from Pathfinder 1 that we haven't done yet? We've got almost 50 of these books out now. But are there any classes that we're still missing that you hope we still get to?
A few months ago I would have had an answer, but then, somebody scooped them right out from under me. So,
which one did they do? What, the Slayer or
Occultist, actually?
Occultist, yep.
Yeah. But let's just say that I've got my own ideas for revisiting and tweaking some classes that I'm currently working on, but we'll get to that when we address the Arc Force.
I will say that we are aiming to do another one of our big compilations like Sword and Fifth. I believe the next one on the docket is for divine classes. So clerics, paladins, inquisitors, so on and so forth. So I believe that's our next Pathfinder 1 class compilation book, and that'll be coming out later on this year, probably sometime this summer. But among the things that we like to do, we also love to do monsters. We love monsters. And we've done a ton of bestiary books. We've done them for D&D. We've done them for Pathfinder. We used to do small themed bestiaries. So like you'd have the Coldwood Codex, so sort of, monsters that you might meet in the terrible forlorn forest. But we have, or the Construct Codex, so sort of horror-themed construct. But we moved on from that to creating bigger, still thematic bestiaries. And let me throw another screen share at you. And we have done a number of Kickstarters for the last 2 years of, as you can see, the Mythos monsters. You've got the Lovecraftian creatures of every description. And we did that first for 5th edition, about 45 monsters in it. We did another Kickstarter of an even bigger book for Pathfinder 1 and Pathfinder 2, I think around 80 or maybe almost 90 creatures. Same thing with Ancient Monsters. We did a version of that originally for 5th edition. We then kicked it up a notch and did it again for Pathfinder 1 and Pathfinder 2. It's an incredible collection of creatures from all over Asia, not just China and Japan, which are great, but from Tibet and India and Australia to Indonesia, to the Philippines, to Myanmar, to Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia. And so a lot of creatures that did not get inside the maybe the same time of day as maybe the more familiar Japanese and Chinese mythology. A lot of Korean creatures in here as well. And so he really enjoyed just expanding the breadth of what's out there. You'll see in there also Latin American, the Puerto Cubos campaign setting. We had almost 20 different contributors from across Central and South America, Caribbean, coming together, authors and artists, really making an incredibly vivid series of monsters in a campaign setting based on the Taino culture of old Puerto Rico, the pre-Columbian era. And we were excited to sort of expand campaign worlds and, again, bring creatures in there that people might not be as familiar with, but that there's an incredibly rich and diverse legendarium out there. James, you've worked on some of our monster stuff before, back for Pathfinder First Edition. Are there any kind of favorite monsters that you worked on? It just, let me pause also and say we cross over systems a lot. We do monster books for different systems. Anything that comes to mind when you think about doing monsters for more than one game system? Any of the challenges for that?
I mean, learning has always been the most challenging thing. Like trying to absorb a 5e and learn more about second edition right now, and it's been a challenge to wrap my head around it. I want to get into converting things, and have to learn the system first. Trial and error. There are a few interesting settings that I'm looking into right now to kind of set my feet down in, but I really want to get into some Etheria again.
The Etheria campaign setting. Go ahead and hold up the book there. I know you got it close at hand. The Etheria campaign setting was one that we did maybe 2015, and Robert Brooks and the team had done the Kickstarter originally, but then Robert came to me after the fact because, he said, like, we have this Kickstarter, but I don't quite know where to go once it's done. How do you deal with printers? How do you deal with overseas shipping and all of that business? And I said, well, I could help partner with you and kind of help you deal with the logistical expertise of it. And from there, we kind of partnered on a number of additional Etheria expansions. And we've done a lot of cool stuff with it. There are field guides that James worked on, the different monsters for each of the planets in the Etheria system. Do you have a copy? Yeah, you got a copy, grab one of those. But it was exciting because each one of those planets is so vividly described. And so there you go.
I'm getting a lot of glare. Sorry about that.
Yeah. The creatures really evoke what each world is all about. And giving that kind of richness and grounding to it was really an exciting kind of fun way to do it. Now, Matt, you just recently worked on some monsters for us for our mechanical monsters, which we'll get to in a quick second.
Yes, I have, as well as the monsters in past Arc Force lines, and I think was it 30-something original monsters that showed up in the Sin Lord?
Yeah, there was a lot of monsters.
Yeah, there were.
Yeah. But it's fun to look at the different systems because sometimes a monster translates quite easily. Sometimes it just doesn't. And so if you were to pick up, say, a copy of Latin American monsters for Pathfinder 2 and for D&D and for Pathfinder 1, you say, hey, wait, the monsters aren't identical in each book. Yeah, that's right. Because sometimes a monster may already exist, especially Pathfinder 1. They did a really good job of putting out a lot of adventures with a lot of great monsters. And so we don't necessarily need to reprint something that already exists. But also because of the specific way that those rule sets work, something that in, say, Pathfinder 1 might be a monster with class levels, or a monster with just an augmented template or something, might be an entirely separate creature in D&D or in Pathfinder 2, just because the way the monster design works. Like James said earlier, making the monsters work for the destination game system was important. You got to realize what is important to make this monster fun at the table in whatever system you're going to. And one of the other things we have down in the corner of that image you can see is you know what? I just realized, James, my screen was still shared. So while I saw you showing off the Etheria Field Guide, and I could see you on my screen, nobody else could see you because I had to stop the screen share. Sorry, everybody. I'm old, so I got technical difficulties. So James was showing off the Etheria campaign setting book that we did with Robert Brooks and the team, and then the Etheria Field Guide, which is available for D&D, for Pathfinder 1, and for Starfinder, which has a set of creatures, about 60 or 70 monsters for each of the different planets.
Was that the alien bestiary, or was
alien
it the alien
bestiary? Yep. Yep, the Alien Bestiary and the Alien Codex also drew on some of those. Our Alien Bestiary, which I've got a copy of. Right here. This was for, my background is too invisible.
Blue screen.
I'm blue screen. There I am. Alien Bestiary, 448 pages of incredible creatures for this one of the Starfinder versions, but also available for Pathfinder and for D&D. And just tons of creatures for a world of adventure beyond what you might see in regular campaigns. Some are alien eldritch horrors and abominations beyond the stars. Some are robots. Some are just crazy space things. But the last thing which had shown on the screen share in the corner was the very best year fairy campaigns. We did that Kickstarter last year, which is our biggest Kickstarter ever. And as the name suggests, we got a very bestiary with 200 and more creatures from all across the Fey realms, but also Fey adjacent things. Plant creatures, trolls, hags, Fey-themed devils and demons and angels. And an incredible selection of different creatures, but also very campaign. You really want to make a campaign with Fey creatures in it, strange and weird and eerie. Bring that mystery into it with both GM tools, like dealing with Fey relationships, fairy bargains and all that, but also player side stuff, player archetypes and feats and spells, magic items, treasures, and also ready to use adventures. We did all that kind of in support of a project we did in partnership with Paizo, which was their Kingmaker 10th Anniversary Edition Adventure Path. We did all of the conversion of the original Kingmaker, plus a ton of extra material from Pathfinder 1 to Pathfinder 2, but also then we expanded the adventure path out to 20 levels instead of just 16 or 17. So entirely new adventures, and back converted all of the new material into Pathfinder 1 and into D&D 5th edition, plus all of the companions and stuff from the Kingmaker Owlcat video game. So we did this huge 1,000-page project for Paizo, but we still had more stuff to do. And so we did this very bestiary project for Pathfinder 1, for Pathfinder 2, for D&D 5e. The 5e Pathfinder Bestiary, Fairy Bestiary, is actually already out and available, at least last week. The Pathfinder Bestiary for Pathfinder 2 will be out either the end of this week or next week. We just got the final PDFs in, and they'll be going out to our Kickstarter backers tonight. But one of the other projects, since this was in support of Kingmaker, was a visit back to the kingdom building rules. Now, the original kingdom building base rules for the Kingmaker path, James Jacobs wrote those back when Kingmaker was just an AP. When we revised and expanded them for the Ultimate Campaigns book for Paizo, I actually wrote that chapter. 33,000 words or so of stuff about mass combat battles, but I had a lot more I wanted to do. And so we produced this entire lineup of kingdom expansions, and those actually sold great. People were very excited about. We eventually translated those into D&D 5th edition. As Matt said, he made the Star Empires iteration of them for Starfinder, so they're available there too. But Ben also worked on some of those. He came up with an idea. That's actually how we first met. He started out just kind of as a fan who was very interested. But see there, James, thank you very much. He's got the Ultimate Kingdoms book that combines all of that stuff: kingdom building, mass combat, relationships, intrigue, stronghold, new troops and spells, and character options.
300-something pages.
Yep. But Ben, you want to talk a little about your experience working with those kingdom rules?
Yeah, it's been an interesting journey actually. So I was a fan of the kingdom rules from the original Kingmaker Adventure Path. Absolutely loved them. It really just scratched an itch that I have had for years. I remember back in the companion set for Dungeons and Dragons, where you got dominions and you were expanding your own little kingdoms. I loved that stuff, always did. And so the kingdom rules in Kingmaker really excited me. And when the revision to those for Ultimate Campaign came out, I was right there straight away, fascinated by it and wanting to learn as much as I could about how they worked, how they were designed, why the decisions were made the way they were. And much to, I'm sure, Jason's regret, I learned that he'd been the guy who'd actually done that conversion from Kingmaker to Ultimate Campaign. And so I just started pestering him with question after question after question.
You do have a lot of questions. Sure.
I had a lot of questions. I'm the current caretaker of what's known as the Ultimate Kingdom campaign. The Ultimate Campaign Kingdom Tracking Spreadsheet, which can be found through the Paizo forums. And
please don't harass Ben about it. It's not his paid job. It's what he does for fun.
I do it for fun. I call myself the caretaker because although I'm the only person who's done any updating to it for a number of years now, I take advice from other people in the community that are interested in it to improve it and make alterations to it. And it's if someone wants to take it off my hands, they're more than welcome to and create their own iteration of it. That would be absolutely fantastic. But that's one of my little side projects.
But it didn't stop there. Ben actually started writing stuff, and adding his own stuff to, like, for strongholds and military logistics and that sort of thing.
Yeah. So I just threw out to Jason that I just started messing around with these little rules for I think the first set was logistics rules that eventually made it into Ultimate Kingdoms.
They finally did.
They finally did.
They bounced around 3 different books before they finally landed.
And Jason said, "Yeah, show me what you've got." The rest is kind of history. Since then, I wrote Ultimate Factions, which bridges the gap between the downtime rules in Ultimate Campaign and the Kingdom rules in that book. And while working on that, I also started working on what became the core of Ultimate Strongholds. And the Ultimate series of books have been a phenomenal addition to the Kingdom rules for Pathfinder First Edition. And seeing the new version of the Kingdom rules coming out, finally got my hands on the Kingmaker Adventure Path, which I was for Second Edition, which I've been thrilled by and I absolutely adore. I know that Jason is working right now, or in his copious free time, on an update to Ultimate Ruleship, the first of the Ultimate series books, to bring us into Second Edition with the proper expansions that we're going to hopefully start seeing for the Kingdom rules going forwards.
Yeah, it's very true. And I want to mention that when I wrote the Kingdom rules for Ultimate Campaigns, I was about 33,000. I think the turnover I did for the Kingmaker Adventure Path when I redid those Kingdom rules for Second Edition was something more like about 60,000 for it. So it's a ridiculous amount of content already. But yeah, there is still more to come. James, you have a question?
It's how many books were released for Second Edition so far for it? Is it 2?
We haven't released any of the Ultimate books for Second Edition yet for Legendary Games.
I was the Kingmaker though.
The Kingmaker, there's the Adventure Path itself, which is 640 pages, which I believe did include the Kingdom rules as part of that as one of the appendices. There is the Companion Guide also, which is mostly Second Edition content. That was, I don't know, about 200 pages or so. And the other 2 books, there's a Pathfinder 1 Bestiary and a 5e Bestiary. As far as I know, those are the only books from the Paizo, the kind of Kingmaker Anniversary Edition project.
And an unusual example of what is it? Second party publishing at that point?
Yeah, I don't know. 5th party. It's a lot of parties. No, it's 2 parties in the contract. The 3rd party is somebody who's not in it anyway. Point being,
in any other industry, it'd be collusion.
Yeah, probably so. It was an interesting project. Actually, there was not originally a Pathfinder 1 version of the project at all. So when I had been talking with Lisa and Eric and the folks over at Paizo about this idea, and they had actually launched their project on GameFound, I think it was, but they had so many people saying, "Hey, we want a Pathfinder 1, section of this," that finally we just, we negotiated some and added that as another part of the project. And so I think people were very happy to have that back. So there's plenty of Pathfinder 1 partisans out there who just still like that game. I will say that, for my personal home game, my gaming group, they still like playing Pathfinder 1. So I've got a Saturday group that's been hiking their way through Legendary Planet. They're into the final adventure at last after we started in 2015. and my Friday night group, which actually is doing the original Dragonlance modules, but updated to Pathfinder 1 with a few little tweaks to it too.
Honestly, if you have the stats for that, please do send them because I'm curious now.
A lot of it I'm kind of hacking through as I go, and I'm using, like, for some of the draconian stats, I actually use the Pathfinder Monster Codex and some of the lizard folk stat blocks, just because it's quicker and easier. Some of the stuff I have actually gone and formalized up the stats for them. The one thing which I will say is that you gotta realize that first edition mentality is very different from modern mentality, which nowadays, when you meet things, you pretty much meet things at your level. And that was very much not necessarily the case in the olden days of D&D. You might need something way below or way above, and everything is not for you to fight.
Get as far into the dungeon as you can, and then back out.
Yeah.
And maybe return in a couple of days, and then go a little bit further, and then go back. Yeah. And the fighting man.
Yep. Exactly. And they kind of ran into some of that when they met a dragon that was much too big for them. To find a tactical retreat. They're working their way around it still. But to circle back to monsters for a minute here, and we're going to get back to Matt too, because we talked about ArcForge. Our most recent Kickstarter project was Mechanical Monsters, and that's exactly what it sounds like on the tin. It's Mechanical Monsters, and it was a project we did for D&D and for Pathfinder First Edition, which is 100 plus, almost 140 for the 5e version of robots and cyborgs and clockwork creatures, but not only just constructs, but also sort of mechanically themed devils, demons, oozes, fairies even. And it also was an opportunity to revisit the Alien Bestiary for D&D 5th edition, which and we had a lot of support for that, so we're doing actually a new print run of that book there, and also we have just maybe about 20 copies left for our Starfinder version of the book, and but it was an opportunity to kind of get back into that space and sci-fi realm as well. And Matt's been working. It's been some years now. You started on the ArcForge in about 2016 or so, maybe. It might have been the first one.
Oh my gosh, it goes back further. Well, let's just say the publication of ArcForge began in 2017 or so. Like the prehistory of ArcForge is longer and messier and goes back. Yeah, it goes back to like 2014 or so. And I remember some of my earliest memories of it involved me jotting down notes in the back room of a movie theater that I swept back in high school.
And so, right now, so we've done almost a dozen ArcForge books, and right now you are involved in a big ArcForge project. You've been working on this for, over a year at this point.
Quite some time, yes.
And it's some parts of it are getting close, but there's still a fair bit of runway yet to go. But talk about what the current status is on your ArcForge initiative.
So basically, my plan on this has been to go back through all of the material that has been covered throughout the 11 ArcForge books.
A lot.
We're talking the archetypes, which are at this point like over 40 or so. All the monsters, which are also over 40, I believe. All of the variant rules, all of the lore, all of the new mechanics, spells, powers, Akashic Veils.
Yeah, because you've spread out into some other third-party publishers, right?
I've been doing some work for some other publishers as well, but I've also been.
What I meant was in ArcForge, it includes not just sort of mainline Pathfinder stuff. You brought in, other companies, character class ideas and spells and spheres of power and things like that.
Yeah, we got content based on spheres of power, based on psionics, which is where the whole thing started, based on Akashic Mysteries, which has also been with ArcForce since the very beginning. Those of you who have the first book may recall the Akasha-wielding Helmsman class, which was a big selling point in the original. But the thing is, like, the scene has developed a lot. Spheres has evolved and changed a lot. Akasha has gotten so much more support from Lost Spheres Publishing and Studio M Publishing. And the overall metagame around these and the understanding of game design with these systems in mind has changed a lot. And also, more importantly, we have a better idea of how Starfinder sits in relationship to Pathfinder. So a lot of the sloppy conversions that happened in Starpath, we can now go back and like actually make sure that they're good and interesting and most importantly fun to play.
Yeah, that's important. And so is your vision, so the plan is that this will be crowdfunding. At this point, I'm guessing probably towards the end of 2023 or early 2024 by the time it's kind of all dialed in and ready to go.
Most likely. There are a few things that we're waiting on releases from other we're waiting on a few releases from other studios because like several of their things are mentioned in the OGL of the in the OGL statements and the SRD of the new ArcForge book. But once those hit the field, like I've got a whole bunch of things that I'll be ready for you with.
Cool.
I'm sitting at my computer right now and we've got like well over 400 pages of content written already, already revised and edited. And oh boy, this is going to be something monumental. And that's not even including the stretch goals, which are going to be a whole other conversation entirely. But if you want to talk about them, I will indulge you.
I will say this.
Or we can save them for later.
When I wrote my dissertation, my PhD program, that was 273 pages. And I thought, wow, this is a lot. It's a long book. And I've written so many more, literally millions of words of RPG stuff in them. What seemed like something big once upon a time is like, yeah.
I remember being like, "Oh man, no, not a 2,000 word paper! Oh god, that's like lunch. Like I'm like, that's if you're not done with that for lunch, then what are you doing today? You might as well just call it in."
Oh goodness, but Mike, we're gonna get to in just a quick minute here because Matt has brought up an interesting point as we're kind of talking about these different systems and talking about the OGL versus ORC. So, like I said, the Mechanical Monsters Kickstarter we just did for Pathfinder 1 and for D&D was one that was originally scheduled to be running now. But when the whole OGL meltdown thing started happening, I said, you know what? This thing's about ready to go. I'm kicking it out the door now before things change. I don't know what the future's going to hold, but I'm going to get this one in and out the door before anything happens and changes. And so at first it was actually just a D&D project. Due to people's request, we added the Pathfinder 1 onto it. We actually have most of the stuff ready. We could assemble that. It's in layout now. The 5e version is done. The Kickstarter back out. It's going to the printer. The Pathfinder 1 is in layout now. People asked, wait, what about a Pathfinder 2 version of it? And so what we said was, by the time that project ended, which was last Friday, actually no, I guess it was 2 Fridays ago now. Look, the first 6 weeks of this year has felt like a decade. So everyone's sense of time's a little wacky. But as things started to shake themselves out, I said to myself, so I think what I'm going to do, since we've been working with Paizo, I have numerous conversations with Eric Mona and other folks here, Wolfgang, talked with Stephen Glicker of Wolf Combat, Wolfgang Barrett, excuse me, Cobalt Press, Mike, who works with DN Publishing, and the field has settled in a way where we will keep doing some of the stuff we've been doing. Will we keep publishing stuff for D&D 5? Yeah, it's all there's a market for it, because if people are going to buy it, I'll be happy to make it. But we also have an interest in working with other non-OGL licenses, because whatever else may have happened, Wizards certainly showed their hand and put their intentions for them, and they were not particularly good. And so we are certainly interested in working with the Orc license that Paizo, among other folks, are spearheading that effort to get that in place. And so we are planning to do another version of the Mechanical Monsters Kickstarter. We'll rerun it for Pathfinder 2nd edition, but for that version, that will be a book we intend to publish under the Orc license, not under the OGL. Now, we'll probably re-offer, as we often do, like the Asian monsters and Mythos monsters. We ran those projects first as 5e projects. We ran them again with Pathfinder 1 and Pathfinder 2 options. But we also said, hey, if you're a 5e person, you missed the first project, hey, come and get it now. Same thing with this one. We run Mechanical Monsters. If you are a 5e fan or a Pathfinder 1 fan and you still want to get that, great. More than the merrier. It'll be focused particularly on Pathfinder 2 fans because they weren't able to get it the first time around. But in support of those new licensing ideals, we are interested to start putting out some things that are not as tied to the OGL as we have. We'll still make OGL stuff where it's appropriate, but we are also going to branch out. We're going to branch out with Orc license. We'll be doing some support for the Project Slack Flag for 5e. We'll do support for Level Up, another 5e alternative, and that is one that Mike knows a lot about. So, Mike, you've had definitely a lot of direct connection with this whole situation with the OGL, with the Orc, and with Level Up, but also with doing things for different systems like Hypercore. We already did that for Pathfinder 1 and for D&D 5e, but then you are also getting ready to redo that for Wine. What's old is new.
Yes. I actually just got the Kickstarter page approved earlier today.
So it's another opportunity to branch out into places that are not the OGL. We did the Dragon Kickstarter you just did, which was not OGL at all, because it wasn't even kind of going that direction. Talk about some of those alternatives to the OGL for Dragons, for Wine, and talk about what's new with Level Up.
Yeah, well, Wine came out actually about 8 years ago, and it was Ian Publishing's first standalone RPG.
And it stands for What's Old is New, right?
Yeah. The first one is called Old. It's all magical fantasy stuff, and it's a D6 system, like pools of dice. It plays really fast. It's a good game. It's good if you want to a refreshing breath from 5e and D20s. Try it out. It's winerpg.com. All the rules are on the website. And then the other side of it is new, which is all future, spaceship, psionics. And then while the Kickstarter was going on, he needed stretch goals, and I pitched him 1980s action movies and called that Now. And so actually, I had the manuscript for the What's Old is New Hypercore sitting around for 3 years, but Level Up started, and that kind of ripped my life apart for a couple of years. And then once all this OGL stuff started going on, I was like, oh, I got a manuscript sitting around. So I put that through layout and made a new cool graphic logo, and also got amazing tattoos for my Hypercore 2099 stuff.
I saw you on the Facebook kind of showing up. They were coming along.
Oh no! How could that happen? Oh, I'm sorry. You can find it on my Facebook and Mastodon and elsewhere. And on the Hypercore Kickstarter website. So if you end up going there, tinyurl.com/Hypercore2099, that and Clyde the Robo Dragon are on there in full. That's all you're going to get, apparently, because that's how Zoom is. So, Wayne is great. You should try it out. And then Level Up is good. Well, we were going to continue with Level Up anyway for various reasons, because we were so much of it was rewritten, just the basic words were rewritten that it would be hard to take a support. But I've got almost all the Level Up books here. Oh man, the screen share thing is killing me. But it's so. How do I go about this? We did a whole bunch of surveys, 20 surveys, and it was all the data drove the design decisions. So it's it's not halfway between 5e and Pathfinder. It's more like 5e's weird friend. who is smarter. So like the main like tenets of design was like every level needs to have a choice that matters. So no matter what you do, every single level, whatever class you take, and you're picking a combat maneuver, which is the whole thing we added. There's a whole martial set of stuff that you can do.
I remember seeing
not
how
like
many of there
spellcasters.
was.
Yeah, I got to do most of those in like a week. It was great because he was like, "Let's do the fighter play test first. That should be simple." And I was like, "No, man, we have a whole combat maneuver system to implement. What are you talking about?"
We don't want it to be simple.
It came out very nicely, but yeah, that was very hectic week. Yeah. So the combat maneuvers, and then every level you get a choice, and then there's a whole bunch of support for the social pillars and the exploration pillar, because 5e just kind of is like, here's combat, and we talk about social stuff. And if you look really closely, we do have a small structure in the DMG, and then exploration, which is traps, but it's way more involved in level up, and also way cooler. You can find out all the rules for level up at afe.tools. A5e.tools.
Yep.
Yeah. And after I'm done with this Kickstarter, Hypercore will be going to level up. I already took my first campaign setting over there with Rogue Genius Games.
All right.
And, yeah, it's really fun. We finished my 5e campaign of like, I don't know, 8 or 9 years a couple of months ago. And the switch to level up, they all like lost their minds in character creation. Which is
Yeah. Well, especially compared to 5e. So yeah.
Yeah.
That was
But,
A5 tools.
A5e.tools. Like 5 the number.
Yeah. Letter A, number 5, letter E, TOOLS.
And there is a proper website, level 5e or levelup5e.com, but like all the rules on the wiki, like the spell sorter and there's a random dungeon generator on there that's insane.
That's super cool.
Yeah.
You know, Jenny Dye had a video recently about kind of playing solo D&D, and she got some flack for it. It's like, shoot, I used to play lots of solo D&D when I was a kid. Because not a lot of times it was hard to find folks to play with. And you know, nowadays, the computer age, I suppose it's a little easier in its own way. Because I actually play with some of the guys they went to high school with in my Friday night game. One of them whom lives like 200 miles away, and I've got another person who's immunocompromised, so he can't really be around other people. He's able to play in the with the magic of the internet. So
weird thing that's been happening to me is running into people that I used to play on Muxes with, multiple user interfaces. You remember those? Yeah, like Tondro, like Jason Tondro, who's awesome, and I Paizo now, right? Dr. Comics. Yeah, man, I met him in high school. We used to GM on the same server a lot of the time.
That's funny.
Yeah, he GM'd my most embarrassing moment ever that I'm not going to talk about here. But like, oh man, I've known Jason for I guess 20 years, which is insane to say. Yeah.
World.
But so as you can see, there's a lot of movement going on. It's a very dynamic time to be involved in gaming. The Legendary Games has had a long history of doing stuff for multiple systems. We've seen some of the Kickstarters have been running, and we've been doing that for 4 years, pretty much since 5e has come out. Been a thing. I think our first 5e Kickstarter was in 2015 with the Legendary Plans for 5e, and for it's primarily at that time we were still mostly a Pathfinder company, but we got in there. We had stuff for sale on the first day that D&D was out. But Pathfinder 1, Starfinder, and Pathfinder 2nd Edition, we've got all kinds of stuff coming out for it. But while we love a lot of those games, Paizo's moving forward to work license for Pathfinder 2. Pathfinder 1, however, is sort of inextricably tied in its own way to the OGL, or it had been up until that time. Something that we've been working on for a while. I'm going to share the screen. Just a quick moment here. Is we've been working on a game that we were calling Core Finder, but with the new licensing, we're now going to calling it Orc Finder. So the Orc Finder SRD is going to be a streamlined and slimmed down, to the extent that you can, version of Pathfinder 1, rewritten from the ground up to be non-OGL, but we'll be releasing it under the Orc license. And when I say trimmed down, I don't mean dumbed down in a simplified kind of way, like the way that as some would say, 5th edition is very simplified, but simplified in the sense that there is a lot of redundant rules text in Pathfinder 1. And as we've been going through it, there's a lot of stuff that can be cut out, a lot of it can be moved around to be more smooth, more elegantly assembled. And so the Orc Finder role-playing game will have that as its root SRD. Will be been talking with John Rice, who runs a D20 TFSRD, and we may be doing an SRD in partnership with him. So those rules be available for people who still want to make Pathfinder 1 stuff, but are still concerned about future, OGL revocations, deauthorizations, whatever shenanigans you might want to say. While Wizards has said they're releasing the 5.1 OGL in the Creative Commons, they have made no such promises about the OGL 1.0, 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, whatever they are going to do. While it would be a public relations nightmare, it wouldn't be the first time someone's done something really stupid. So, for those who love Pathfinder 1, but have any sort of hesitation about following things the way they have been doing, they just want to be able to get out there and still be publishing, still be playing, and have active in print product and support. Legendary Games has got you covered. We've been working on different color schemes for the orc finder. Some people have suggested green is the color of the orc, so we might end up going with that. Any of you guys have a favorite color from the screen share? Or actually, I don't know if you guys even see it.
I'm kind of partial to the one in the top right corner, personally.
I like blue and green, and also green and blue. Like the with the switch, right? Like not separately. I mean, like what starts with blue then goes green.
Yeah,
and
I
one
see that
starts
one.
with green then goes blue. Those
Yep.
I'm down with those.
Yeah.
Green
But,
and purple colors. All I'm
Some, we have had people on our team requesting purple and green for the whole colors, because that just felt very orcish. And you know what?
I want the green and purple.
Yeah, that is not off the table. So that is entirely possible. But we've been working on this project in the background actually for about 2 years. It's been something we've been wanting to do, and we will probably pair the Orc Finder roleplay game as the sort of the very streamlined root version, and then we are intending to publish on top of that the Legendary RPG, name pending, and which will be a much more expanded version of going from that. And like Mike said, with the level up, there are a lot of other elements that aren't necessarily in Pathfinder First Edition, but that probably should be, but that they aren't necessarily integral to the making the system work. So we will not just be condensing and rewriting, but also we'll be fixing some of the kind of janky issues in some places of Pathfinder 1. Was the Orc Finder SRD, but then the more expansive version will be building off from that. But that's something that Legendary Games is excited about. We've been working on it for some time, and hilariously, Mike, one of the first things I worked on was combat and fighters and fighting and combat moves and that sort of thing. Because I figured, you know what, you can work on the classes, but you got to know how the mechanics of how spellcasting, how fighting and combat and stuff and exploration is going to work before you can integrate your classes into putting them together.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be geez.
Mike,
can hear him.
Lost
Oh,
sound.
Jesus. I had it on. And I said,
There you go.
if you're implementing like large scale stuff like that changes the basic action economy from like round to round, you got to have that, at least some of that done before you start fiddling with all the other, like the other basic components.
Yeah, because otherwise your classes, your ancestries, or whatever you choose to call them, are not going to make any sense. We went with kin from kin for a long time of blood and bond, background, and are there certain biological things for your character, or are there things that are cultural things for your character? And so we've been working on massaging all of that. Hilariously, before we ever even had this whole OGL meltdown, we were thinking, what will be our kind of iconic ancestry race, whatever you want to call it, is going to come into the game. We had already decided, it's going to be the orc, not half orcs, actual orcs. So that was going to be one of the key parts of the game from the get-go, because being one of the main kind of characters to do is, hey, play orcs would be awesome. But that is something we are aiming to look towards releasing playtest docs for probably late spring, early summer. We've got a lot of pieces of it that we've been working on. We've got probably at least 100,000 words of it spread across many documents, but yeah, we're definitely aiming towards that. And so if you are interested in Pathfinder 1, you love what you see there, but you want a smoother, more elegant design and something you can continue to use OGL free in the we invite you to celebrate the age of the Orc license with the Orc Finder role-playing game. So we are just about the end of our time of Keynote, and I thank all you guys for popping in. Thanks so much for checking out Legendary Games. So again, our website is makeyourgamelegendary.com. You can follow us on Facebook at Make Your Game Legendary or Legendary Games. You can follow us on Twitter at Legendary Games J. You can join up the Legendary Games Discord. And I didn't even get a chance to preview. We are finally, after a decade, going to be relaunching the Legendary Games website. We've got a whole new website. It's been a long process going on, but we're going to have a much nicer website in a couple of weeks. So we hope that you come and check us out. Any last words from you guys?
I forgot to talk about Epic 5e. So everybody go to epic5e.com and pick up your amazing Epic books. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I'm going to fix this. It's driving me nuts. There we go.
There we go. Epic 5e. Well done.
I'm a terrible person. But yeah. After 20th level, and then each of these has pre-gens, and it takes you up to 24th level or something, and then after that, it's just sentient cities that you go around destroying.
Yep. And so yeah, you get all those on the Legendary Games website, on DriveThru, Paizo, Amazon, wherever you want to find.
And all the archetypes, there's a bunch of free archetype stuff on epic5e.com. The whole Epic Artificer classes on there. Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, if you want 5e, just keep going on beyond. So what about Epic rules? You know what? We got them.
Yeah. So that's my last bit. I'm done.
All right.
Thank you for having me.
Sure thing. Thanks for coming on.
All right, I guess I should add in a little extra something. Since I alluded to the stretch goals for ArcForge, I suppose I should elaborate a bit more. Let's see, some of the ones that we have planned include a whole, conversions of the Precog, Nanosite, and Evolutionist classes, if you're familiar with those from Starfinder.
Nice.
In addition to several new options regarding time travel. I've created a whole variety of new spells, powers, and spheres abilities focused on time travel, and I imagine players are going to have a lot of fun seeing where those take your adventures.
Yeah, you're a brave soul, because time travel, man, that way lies madness.
Well, I already wrote a bunch of it for 5e. Those of you who checked out my Dragonlance book know that I have gone fully into it, and I am definitely going to be trying the same crunchy madness in Pathfinder.
Awesome.
But the last neat thing is going to be at the tail end of the stretch goals. If we get far enough, then I'm going to be doing some things for Pathfinder Infinite. ArcForge is going to cross over with Galarion.
There you
it's
go.
going to result in some very, very interesting setups.
I like it. I like everything about it. All right, James. We were talking earlier before we popped on here about some monster projects. Are you ready to jump on board? You looking excited to get your feet back in?
You're
you're
muted
on
right
mute.
now, James. I'm going to take this opportunity to remind you that I sent the books out for these today.
Oops, all dragons. Excellent.
Yeah.
I love it.
Almost forgot.
Well, we do one here.
Yeah, we can hear you again.
There you go.
Speak loudly.
Yeah. I think James's sound is out again. I'm hearing a beep.
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Wait, there it is.
You asked me if I was ready, my feet wet, and I said tippy toes or cannonball.
Well, you know what? I say it for a penny and for a pound, but definitely put your hand in first just to make sure the water's fine. Let's see, Ben. Do you got any kingdom building stuff that you want to make sure it does not get missed when I'm spanning things, or if you want to dive into the Pathfinder 2 pool with Kingdom, build a whole new spreadsheet. Hold on, Ben.
No, we're all doing it.
There we are.
There we go.
Yes, I'm very excited to be diving into Pathfinder 2nd Edition, and very much looking forward to getting my feet very wet, with bringing kingdoms up to the latest version of Pathfinder. Also doing a little bit of conversion work for some first edition stuff on the side. That's ongoing and going quite well. Very much enjoying that, and I'll have have something for you soon, actually, Jason. Kind of anything else that comes my way, I'm happy for it. I'm really getting into Pathfinder 2nd Edition and loving everything I can do with it. So very excited how we're going forward.
All right. Well, thank you guys all so much for being on here. And thanks to all of our legendary contributors, all the amazing authors and artists that worked on all of our products. And thanks to you, the fans, for checking things out. I will again remind you, check out all the other great keynotes. Check out the bundles. Our products are on the DriveThru bundle. Check out the charity bundle supporting the earthquake relief in Turkey. And that's also on DriveThru RPG. And just whatever your favorite game, whether you like Pathfinder 1, Pathfinder 2, Starfinder, D&D, whatever your favorite game is, we hope you will check out our products, because they will always help make your game legendary.
See, I was waiting. I was gonna say it in synchronized. I messed it up.
All right, 1, 2, 3. Make your game
legendary. That was closer.
We're terrible. We love it.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, everybody. And have a good night.
We're not a singing choir. That's it.
Have an awesome week, everyone.
Yep.
Third Party Con is sponsored in part by World Anvil. Don't just settle for keeping your amazing game scattered across an endless sea of notes and tools. World Anvil is the one tool to rule them all. Whether you're a game master, writer, or world builder, World Anvil is the ultimate companion to finally bring your world to life in one centralized location. Create characters, organize adventures, and build your campaign setting like a professional developer. Give World Anvil a try today using the code TPK2023 at checkout for 40% off any yearly subscription. Your world is waiting to be built with World Anvil. Third Party Con is sponsored in part by Pathfinder Infinite, part of the DriveThru RPG network. Whether it's adventures, settings, monsters, classes, or anything else that builds on the core game, Pathfinder Infinite allows talented creators like you to share your content and make money while you're at it. You can use the Pathfinder Lost Omens campaign setting and more as a launch pad for your own creations. Get recognized by the community, and you might even earn an invitation into the Infinite Masters Elite Creator Program. For more information, visit roll20.io/TPK. That's roll20.io/TPK.
Whoa! What's all this? I was thinking I could play as an Eldermon trainer. It's one of the new classes from Roll for Combat's Battlezoo Eldermon book for Pathfinder and 5e.
What the heck is an Eldermon?
They're ancient elemental creatures. Like this cutie. This is Squirrel Ash, a fire Eldermon. There are over 160 different kinds.
No way. I've already got the adventure and all the encounters prepped. I'm not changing all that to add these things in.
You don't have to. The book has an easy random generation system, plus guidelines for how to integrate them into any setting, whether you want to tie them into the story or be completely hands-off.
Okay, but doing all that just for your class is ridiculous. What about the rest of the party?
They can befriend Eldermon too, and even duel each other for fun, but only the Eldermon trainer and elemental avatar classes can use Eldermon powers in combat.
Yeah, no, I'm not running PvP Eldermon battles on top of regular combat.
Oh, no, we can duel without you. You can take a break, get some food, kick back.
You said it's on Kickstarter? Hang on, I'm pledging right now.
Third Party Con is sponsored in part by Legendary Games. Legendary Games brings you beautiful bestiaries, killer classes, and character options, marvelous magic items, amazing adventures, kingdoms, and mass combat, epic campaigns, and so much more. Whether you love Pathfinder 1st or 2nd Edition, Starfinder, or D&D 5e, LG's books will make your game legendary.
Hello. This is James Beck from Eldritch Osiris Games. Eldritch Osiris Games is built on the foundation of giving voice to creative authors who don't normally have a roadmap into the publishing industry. We push for as a diverse set of voices in the company as we can, regardless of a person's identity. Part of the foundation is equality, with every person in the staff having an equal say on all important decisions the company makes. Being one of the first TTRPG co-ops, we are here to set an example that a workers' equality is not only possible, but instead become the industry standard. Basically, we're a group of nerdy friends who want to publish work for people to enjoy.